Hello everyone, welcome. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Grave, Takyu, and Shimon. Hopefully you guys had a good Sunday. Now we're onto the next week. Not that really anything has reset, but that's okay. Alright. Let's start how we usually would. You guys, I don't know if you guys knew that there's a new bug with Erel. I wouldn't say it's new, it's just a bug with Erel. When you try and change your presets, it disables your weapon. It's pretty annoying. I thought something was wrong with my Erel. Nope, turns out it's just bugged. It's gonna be the first time in a while that I can do Ursus actually. Ursus for a little bit of money. I always forget that Ursus requires you to do like 300 mobs to be able to get the money. So yeah, Ursus reminder. It's the worst thing they've done. Done pretty well. I don't know, it's kind of annoying. It's a little bit annoying. It's pretty inconvenient to swap on and off. Alright. I'm at 548 coins. That means I'll be able to get my first sup in like under a week. Hello, hello. Just doing some dailies here to start on the Erel. And then we'll do some grinding. I kind of want to work on my Erel pretty soon. But to do that, I think I'm gonna opt to like make a video on it first and then start my grind. Hello Alec, Tilda, and Jafar, how are you guys doing? I'm probably gonna end up just like farming here basically. But we'll see. Why Erel farming? It's more like if I want to hit 280 on this character and try hard Kai, I need to actually grind. That's all. It's like pretty impossible to reach 280 with how short it is and how lazy I am with the grind. Like my Erel is not gonna reach the 280 by the time that we get to the end of Challenger World. So I either have to do some grinding on the Erel or just like pass up on hard Kai. But I wanted to see if I could even do hard Kai, so yeah, probably do a bit of grinding throughout the next couple of weeks. That's all it is. If you want to make gains, you gotta go earn them. Did I make drop gear for the Erel? I did. So for my bossing loadout, I have 9 lines of drop. So like all the accessories have like 1 line of drop. And for my farming gear, I have 100 meso and then 80 drop. Yeah, 100 meso, 80 drop. The very bare bones drop meso gear. I think I did that on the double miracle time. How's Paz getting to level 280? Yeah. Especially if you wanted to do like the really hardcore, you know, get double Eternals by the time we leave Challenger World, like you needed to get to 280 in 3 weeks, which is just like, you really had to apply yourself to do that. It's a lot of grinding. 110 drop on the first fam, huge. God, I hope that's me too. I hope I get 110 drop fam on my first try. That sounds amazing. You can really notice the difference on the drop rate, especially when you farm. you get way more fragments. You definitely notice it. It's by week 6? Yeah, but even like in 6 weeks to get to 280, if you're juggling playing a main, like I feel like if you were maining Challenger World, it's not the craziest thing, right? Not by any means. But if you also play in Chronos or Hyperion, or Interactive, right? It's a lot of things to juggle. You just don't have the time to do it. At least most players probably don't have the time to do it. They're too busy trying to do things like work on their characters, their Shining Star Force all the time. There's the actual events, you actually want to do your bosses, you know? This is, yeah, it kind of adds up. It's not going to be a Legion champ, so no FOMO. Yeah, that's fair. I think for me, my goal with my Erel is just to see if I can get Hard Kai done. Like, I don't really have plans to play the character. I didn't have plans to make it like anything crazy. I just wanted to see if I can clear Hard Kai. If I can get this character to Hard Kai, and then, you know, after World Leaping, I still like the character, it's just going to be part of my C10E rotation, right? It's going to be a pretty quick C10E character. Especially after Leaping, I will just give it like all the arcanes it needs. Hopefully by that time it has all the superior drops. You know? What else? Money in general. Just needs money. Am I gonna buy a vac? No. I'm probably just gonna farm very lazily. Did C10E except for V-Healer? Nice. Just one more boss to go. And V-Healer kind of comes down to practice, for sure. Hello Shanks, good to see you, man. Yeah, for a lot of these bosses, there's no rush for it. Especially if your goal is just to get to Kai, you know? It's a long time. Have you got any subs? Not yet. I only got my drop gear like 2 days ago. Oh, sorry, not 2 days ago. Like a week and a half ago. Whenever the last DMT was when I made my drop gear. If I had gotten a sub drop before then, that would have been insane. But nah, not yet. Did they ever run Monster Park? Yeah. Like if you're chill with the game and you don't like have immediate goals you're going for, it's like there's no need to FOMO, right? Like Shanks, you're like kind of stepping back from the game, but it's like you're not really like missing out on much at this point. Like, sure, you could try to aim towards your D-lib, but that takes time anyway. There's only so much you can do to speed that up, right? There's only so much you can do. Like, there's nothing wrong with like spending more time farming or doing boss mules to get more money, and then getting your main stronger. That's fine, but like at some point it becomes like diminishing returns for the effort that you put in. I think the game is a lot more fun when you're working on like the earlier stages of the game. So when you're still developing Legion champs, making C10E mules, even just like Enlomian mules and such. That's pretty chill. I think that's when the game is the most fun for me personally. It's when I know I can reach these smaller jumps in content. How are you today? I'm doing well, thank you. I do sound a little bit weird, but I think that's just because of like on Saturday I went to hang out with my cousins, and it was the first time probably in a decade I've ever played Mario Party, and we grew up playing a lot of Nintendo games. So we're all around like 30 years old now, like thereabouts. And I don't know, it was just a lot of yelling. It was good fun. So my voice is a little bit mangled, I think. It feels a bit off. That was just a lot of yelling. But yeah, we grew up with like the N64. And yeah, that's where it all started. So yeah, they had the one of the newer Mario Party games I hadn't played before. What's it called? Like Mario Party Jamboree or something. I don't know if there was number 1 or number 2. I'm not sure. But yeah, it was a good time. It was a good time. it was like being transported to like 20 years ago when we were all playing as kids. It was, the dynamic was was pretty much the same. It was just a lot of yelling. Yep. Good vibes. I had the audacity to say it's not about coming first, it's about not coming last. And in the first game we played, I came last because I got scammed by the bonus stars. I got 2 of my stars stolen, and then I lost the bonus stars, so I was just like dead last. This is why you don't say things in Mario Party. Alright, do I have any more check-ins to do? That's all done. This check-in. I keep forgetting this one, actually. Alright, let's do Monster Park real quick. Who do I play as? I'm pretty indifferent. I don't have like a character I gravitate towards in particular. Any limits where you stuck around for the last 2 years? Yeah. I'm sure it's very refreshing that you can go past Enlomian. At least to try out some of the newer content. Because for the longest time, Enlomian was a pretty big wall to get past. I think until they introduced the Hyperburn 6 job, like Enlomian was a wall for people. It really was, because the jump, even to get to CRA for a lot of people, was kind of hard. And then Enlomian basically had like 2 to 3 times the HP. It's difficult. Happy birthday. Thank you, Halley Reboot Fan 67. This guy. Hello, Learn. Damage check P1 or P3. I think 3 HP bars sounds about right. It's around that far, like that amount. I think it's like 14T for P3. Something like that. You can usually tell by the time that you do P1, like depending on how fast your P1 is, you have a good idea. You can do a 40-second BA. Can you actually access the dummy without doing Dojo? Because I remember there was a time where like you couldn't go into the dummy test room without having done 30 floors of Dojo. I ain't got time for that. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not doing Dojo. It's in the quick move now? Oh, nice. That's good. Yeah, because it used to be locked behind Dojo, and I hadn't used that straw dummy ever since. Parker 275, is that for Black Mage? Partially because of Black Mage, but more so because pushing past 275 is like significantly slower. And if you're like me and you don't keep up to date with your dailies across a lot of characters, you also are like Sacred Force gated a lot of the time at 275. So training after 275 can be kind of difficult. I don't have anything against training to 275, it's just, or past 275 rather, it's just, I gotta really like the character to do so. Because it's also a case of diminishing returns. Like, what really are you working towards at 275 plus? You're probably clearing C10 like reasonably quick at that point. You could probably solo Black Mage reasonably. Like, this is assuming that you've geared it up adequately, right? Like, let's assume full 21 gear, for example. Like, by the point you hit 275, if your character has full 21 gear, you can do C10 and Black Mage pretty quickly. So you're not really like getting to many other milestones after 275 until you get to 280, right? Like 280 is like a big jump. So what are you doing in between? You might be unlocking like a normal / hard Seren or like E Carlos, E Adversary, right? Those are probably the bosses you're looking towards. So every time that you level up, it's just a little bit of extra FD, but it's time consuming. Like a random Christmas. This is just a random MapleStory playlist. It's just completely shuffled. But yeah, I leave my character to 275 because I don't think it's like too hard to get to 275. You get pretty good mileage out of the fragments and the levels. Hopefully your symbols are like adequately leveled. I think the only thing that I would like for my 275s is to get more Sacred Force to solo and Seren in one cycle. That's where I think the levels might be a bit more helpful. Like, the more levels you get, the more frags you get and stuff too. I think a one cycle in Seren is pretty good. You can do P1 in Lucid. Ah, okay, there you go. That's a pretty cool estimate. P1 and Lucid. If you one burst that, or 40 seconds through that, that's basically P3. But yeah. Otherwise, for my mules, I tend to just train them until either I get bored or I feel like working on something else. I don't really have like a set goal, but 275 and 270 are numbers I stop at a lot just because they're clean numbers, you know? It's kind of like how my Corsair and Ren are both at 280. Like, there's nothing really stopping me from going past 280. It's just 280 is clean. Actually, for both those characters, there is one thing stopping me from training them. I don't have Sacred Force. So it's a bit hard. Muscling mules are pretty fun though to make. I think that's my preferred gameplay loop. It's just kind of like getting resources and building up new characters. There's something satisfying about just having a big roster of characters that I can pick up and play whenever I feel like. Bedtime? Alright, good night, Grave. Thanks for dropping by, dude. I like the ability to work on like multiple characters. Right now though, I'm very much heavily invested in my Kana. I've really enjoyed playing it so far. And like the whole thing about like trying to Destiny live it, like it does help that the class is strong, so I'm more invested in the character, knowing that Destiny living is a lot easier by the nature of the class. That is definitely a nice incentive. How long does it take to live without Genesis Pass? For your normal Genesis weapon, it takes like about 3 months. Assuming that you solo C10E and get like Black Mage runs in between, it's about 3 months. Maybe a little bit less than that. Maybe like 11 weeks, maybe 10 if you can get Black Mage solos in, but yeah, it's pretty tough. I'm hoping to get a Black Mage solo in on this character before the end of this month. That's not a bad goal, I think, but it's gonna be a bit of a long run. Don't know if I got that in me, but we'll see. Appreciating able to do bosses and save money on Kronos. Yeah, that's fair. Saving money is a lot easier now than it was before, I'd say. Because there was such a big gap in between events and stuff that saving money kind of felt boring, right? Whereas now we know that Shining Star Force is going to be once every 2 weeks. So you're kind of guaranteed gains in a way every 2 weeks. You just need to wait for those 2 weeks. It's kind of nice. Then saving money is like not as important. You just save as much as you can for those 2 weeks, and then you just spend what you feel like on the Shining. And just, it's a much more rewarding gameplay loop, I think. Just having a guaranteed like schedule of knowing when you can make upgrades, and then you can do whatever you want in between. It's like you don't feel bad about missing a Shining because you're just gonna wait another 2 weeks after. Like back before when they had random star forcing events, you could go months in between without getting a star forcing event. And then what do other than just wait? You just spend off event and it feels bad. Now we have like a more natural gameplay loop of kind of waiting for the event to optimize. But then because of how frequent it is, you don't feel bad about missing it if you want to do other things. Like, sometimes you need a cube, sometimes you need to do drop gear, you know, that sort of stuff. It's nice not having that that worry about Shining Star Force. You don't have Jenny Pass? I do not have Jenny Pass. Did a week 1, 48, 1.1. 1.1 is not a bad like goal for me as well. It should be alright. Because we have the totems as well. Makes it a lot easier. Hello, Melvin. Shuttings every 2 weeks forever? I believe so. That's what they said that they will do. Should be every 2 weeks. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Then you don't have to yeah, it's like that what I said, right? You don't have to worry about saving money for months on end sometimes. You can actually make reasonable progress in between. And then when it comes to star forcing, you can opt to wait 2 weeks to do everything then, or you can do a little bit in between if you really need to make the gains, but you don't feel as bad, right? Like you go into a Shining Star Force now with 5, 10, 15, you know, like that sort of amount of money. 5, 10, 15 bill, and you think to yourself, well, can I do anything with this? If no, then you can just wait 2 weeks. If yes, then great. It's so good. You don't feel so bad saving up for it, or like skipping. Thank you for the hydrate, Amon. Right, that's all the dailies done on this character. I'm gonna wait for Wednesday for the event reset to get some more EXP. I didn't realize that this was the one coming up. So I should have saved my Monster Park Extreme run on my main server. Let's see. Check-ins. Let's see what we get here for daily gifts. Glowing cubes. Yeah, sure, I'll claim it on this guy. Alright, let's do some boss meals. Because I haven't done all of them yet. What am I listening to? Summer boating. That seagull. Alright. Let's see. If I'm ripping express boosters, do I do it without any? It's up to you. If you're gonna grind in the highest level map anyway, you can just pop your boosters while grinding. That's fine. Because at the end of the day, you're still like hitting the normal mobs, right? You're still hitting the normal mobs. Okay, apparently I haven't run my hero. Holy libbed? Yeah, I got my whole front page libbed. That was one of my my main goals when playing MapleStory for a while. That's why like I didn't really have a dedicated main for quite a bit. I just worked on one character at a time. The Genesis Pass helped a lot actually with that. The Genesis Pass basically gave me 2 pretty quick libbed characters. And I've been libbing characters in between a lot anyway, so it wasn't too hard. What's my main? My main is my Kana at the moment. I recently swapped over to it after the rework. I had that Kana since like a long while ago. Maybe sometime in like in 2020. And now yeah, it's one of my favorite characters to play, and it's my main. It also helps that it was like really like lucky. Kishin Farmer back in the day? Yeah, exactly. How's the weekend? Weekend was good. I got to hang out with my cousins. Played a lot of Mario Party. Too much yelling, so my voice is a little bit bung, but it's alright. But yeah, I think in terms of liberations, the recent additions are definitely one of them being my hero. I'm pretty sure I Jenny passed the hero. The Ren was in Challenger World 2 with the Genesis Pass. While I did that, I also liberated my Marksman and my Kana at the same time. So I was kind of liberating 4 of them at the same time. In hindsight, that was a lot of liberating. Well, it was kind of fun. It's very satisfying. All of them are like C10 mules at the very least. They're still pretty strong. Like my hero can probably clear a V-Healer within like 2.5 bursts. That's pretty good. Marksman, something similar. my advice on not getting burnt out? For me, I'm pretty lazy in a lot of cases. I just don't do a lot of dailies. I like doing my weeklies. I find enjoyment in like running these characters, and then, you know, they've got to the point where I can kind of tolerate the speed, right? That's important to me. But I don't usually play characters that I find like sort of tedious. The only one that is like on the edge of that is probably my mechanic, but that's less because it's a mechanic and more because it's weak. As in, I haven't really given it the same amount of attention as some of my other characters. Or maybe it's also a weak class, who knows. But yeah, I skip out on a lot of my dailies. I don't do like Monster Park that consistently. Like right now, I do have a goal to try to get my Kana to 280 or 290 even. So I'll tolerate Monster Park in that case. But other than that, like, I skip a lot of Arcane River dailies. I skip my Sacred Force dailies. But it honestly just depends on like what my goals are. Because obviously, if I want to, for example, solo Black Mage on my Erel, I kind of have to do my Arcane River dailies. It's like, you can't really skip that, right? You need the Arcane Force and whatnot. But let's say I get to my goal and I clear Black Mage, I just don't care about it anymore. It's a lot of just managing what I feel like doing, and a lot of the times if I feel like I'm lazy, I just skip the content. It's not like I'm pushing for the newest content in the game, right? So if I miss a day, a week, a month of doing stuff, it's not gonna change my character's progression overall. Let's see if we get ourselves... Do I have a weapon jump actually equipped? I never checked. Holy, that scared the crap out of me. that was just a 10-second clip of the login music. Let's see. I need a weapon jump. Oh! Okay. Nice. W game. Yo, I can ring swap now. For like the next 3 or 4 months. Finally. Now my hero is actually like, it's pretty old. So, you know what? Deserved. I deserve that one. W manifest. Yeah, because I actually hit the continuous 4 a while ago, and it just did not feel good. I remember using a totaling 3 for the longest time. It's my favorite NX. Like a single NX item? Honestly, maybe I just really like these illusion rings. These illusion rings are kind of funny. But the best day of this hero's like journey was when I got the Raw 4, because when I was working on it originally with the rental gear, I was using the Raw 4 obviously every time I was doing my weeklies. And then when the rentals went away, my next best ring was totaling 4, and I was like, no, not even totaling 4, totaling 3, and I was like, this is garbage in comparison. Didn't have a weapon jump, didn't have a Raw 3 or anything to use. I think I did eventually get a Raw 3, but thankfully I ended up getting I think I ended up getting the Raw 4 not too long after, which was really nice. I think I might have gotten it from like Slime or something. Slime always provides, man. Oh, I don't know if... Oh, nice. My weapon jump auto presses. Very good. I don't think this makes much of a difference actually for my boss runs. I think my pacing is going to be exactly the same. I'm still going to need 2 bursts out of all the C10 bosses. But it's kind of cool, I guess. Completionist sort of thing. Oh no. Kana is so tanky during burst, you're fixating your skill bar the whole time. That is true. You're not wrong. That's kind of how I felt too when I was playing Kana. Because you're just looking at the resets, right? You kind of get used to it though. That's why I like the flicker on the edge of the screen, you know? The, what's it called? The resonance animation. I like the resonance animation a lot when I play my Kana. Then I can actually see when certain skills flicker. When I see red, I can just, you know, press pulverize or whatever. See green, you press Tengu. And then you also get into the rhythm of like noticing what's coming on and off cooldown. I think the longer you play Kana, the less you look at your skill bar anyway. You just get a feel for it. Alright, I'm pretty happy. This character has a the whole ring collection. Hopefully my marksman does soon. Yeah. Alright, what am I hoping for here this week? I was kind of hoping for a CFE. That's no longer a chance. We got the belt. We're looking for an ET as well. Is that the only two left? ET and CFE? Yeah, I think so. How many calls do I have? Only 60. Not much to work with, that's okay. Oh. Almost got bonked by that. Maybe I should have saved my Jenny for the laser. Uh-oh. I don't know if I can get out before my burst comes back up. Congrats, ET. ET would be a pretty good item for me to drop here. I haven't seen that much pitch this week. I know it sounds weird for me to say, but I don't know. I do have like a lot of characters, right? This week I think I've seen maybe 3 across my 11, which is not a lot, but it actually kind of worked out in terms of fail stacking, if you believe in fail stacking. I got JH his emblem on his paladin, which was really nice. So that was a W carry right there. Oh, I thought I could kill it before it killed me. When do you actually start making mules? Since Challenge World 3 is your first one. Oh yeah, so for me, I liked making mules when I had free resources that I didn't need on my main. So the first ones that kind of come to mind are like Absol Arcane boxes. You also have, ooh, ring box. So Absol Arcane boxes, then you have things like Node Stones, which become much more valuable for other characters after your mains like max out most of the important stuff. And when you hit like various star forcing thresholds. So like the first one where people really like to spend on their mules is when their entire character's full 21 star. Because the jump from 21 to 22 is pretty expensive, right? And it's up to you if you want to do that. That's perfectly fine. But for me personally, when I hit 21, full 21 on my first character, which was my battle mage, I pivoted onto working onto my Xenon. And then I got my Xenon to full 21, and then I moved on to another character. And it's like, you can build stronger characters faster if that's what you care about. So yeah. It depends on like what resources you have available. We can make a C10 mule. Oh, Hero C10 mule. It's pretty nice. I really like Hero. It has like a very simple playstyle. I mean, like, I'm just pressing skill sequence, right? And then attacking. But on top of that, the movements are nice as well. Like it has the flash blade. You can teleport around, sort of. Like Flashblade is... it's insane. Tried to cube -2, but got 39 strength. Honestly, if I got 39 strength, I'd probably keep it. What? No, my Hecate didn't go off and bind. Oh well. Oh man. Oh, I forgot to debuff her. Whoops. That did not do as much damage as I had hoped. Hello, Yuki. Yuki, are you proud? I finally have weapon jump 4 and roar 4. I did it. The hero is winning. You hero. Yeah, imagine being a hero main. No way. Basically a -3. It depends on the class. Some classes really get a lot from -4 or -3. Some other classes not so much. I think there's a good chunk of classes too that just run a -2 hat just because it's convenient for the party. Because being in sync burst-wise with the party is quite nice. But, I don't know, 39 stat. If I got 39 stat on my Kana, my party is waiting those 2 seconds for me. I don't care. You know what I mean? If I hit 39 on my Kana, everybody's waiting for me. Playing a broken class? We'll only play difficult classes like Lin and Kana. Alright, mate. Yes, I'm sure Lin is very difficult. And you know, Kana is difficult in its own way, you know, it's hard handling, it's hard for your computer to handle all of this damage, you know. If your computer is like mine, it's actually pretty hard to play Kana when you're playing on 1 FPS. The numbers are too big, you know. What combat power is your hero? It's 180, I think. 175, there you go. Seems like you have a lot of Hexa. I probably have like maybe around 2,000 fragments invested on this hero. Roughly around that much. Maybe a little bit less. But it's in that realm. Yeah, gets the job done. Hardest class of them all, Bowmaster. True. You're not wrong. It's hard to stay awake playing Bowmaster. Kick W. Ooh. Zerk. Kinda hope that was an ET, but I'll take a Zerk, sure. Maybe I can 23 it in the future. Go, Damien. Yeah. Unfortunately, the Zerk, as exciting as a pitch is, this is one of the... I do have this already at 22. Trick is to stand on the right. The trick is to already have it at 22. That's how you get more pitch. When you get the first one to 22, that's when it starts dropping. It's like your first book, you know. The first book can take ages. And then when you finally get one, it drops like candy. Zerk is cheap to 22 now. It's all relative. I wouldn't say it's cheap. It's still kind of pricey. You know, can be anywhere between 50 bill and 120. Definitely not speaking out of experience for 120 bill for a Zerk. Nope. Compared to other gear? Yeah, for sure. Like, the Zerk and Eye Patch are much better items now than they were before. 18 to 22 in 23 bill. Yo, what a bargain. Congrats. That's what you'd like to see. Yo! Speaking of bargain, 2-for-1 deal today. Back to back. It's a good day to be a hero. But do I need the eye patch though? That's the real question. I mean, I guess I could just like not safeguard it to be cheap. Thoughts? I don't know. I know, like, I'm a big advocate of like safeguarding 4 the entire way, but on my mules, I don't really care for, you know, 23. So like, do I just boom it? Like, does it matter? Like, do I just do 4-4? Do I do 1-1-4-4? Might be cheaper. Go for 21? No, I'll go for 22, but it's more like the value of the spare is best used as like a 23-star attempt, right? At least that's how I think about it. So if I'm not going for 23 anywhere in my mules, maybe I don't safeguard it if I have a spare. Specifically because it's a mule. For my main, or any character I care about going for 23 on, yeah, like I definitely safeguard it all the way. No point booming it first tap 18 to 19, you know? It's not much of a point doing that. So yeah, looks like I have a little bit of fun I can have on the hero on Shining, if I have any money. Yo, my hero is eating today. Got my weapon jump 4, 2 pitches. Crazy. And the eye patch actually good. Actually a good drop for me. Usually the items I see, I tend to already maybe have it at 22. Or if it's like the belt and CFE, then it's like kind of hard to use. Belt CFE is always like a little level of disappointment when it comes to mules. Tell me, how do I spawn an eye patch? What channel am I on? Apparently channel 30. Yep. Channel 30 is where the juice is at. Yeah. Some of my mules are using belt and CFE because they've eventually gotten enough pitch to break subset, which is nice. Not all of them. I mean, like, if this character, I'm missing ET and CFE technically right now. So if I eventually get a ET CFE on this character, then I will probably swap over as well. It's going to be expensive. It's not going to be cheap, but yeah. It's just one of those things that you're slowly getting there for. Pizza delivery. Please sign here. I'm gonna get fished IRL. I'm gonna lose my account. All my pitch is gonna disappear overnight. It's happening. I'm staying away from the front door. Actually, my hero today has gotten a lot of good drops. I've seen 3 ring boxes, an arcane box. Got the slime ring, 2 pitches. Holy. Daybreak as well. My hero is the main character today. Pinot fam time? If a legendary Pinot fam flies out, like, I'm ending my stream, you know? Like, before I get rolled back. Considering buying a Jenny badge? I mean, gotta get it eventually. You're reporting the stream if it happens respectfully. You know what? I think this is a pretty valid reaction. I think personally, Jenny badge buying is kind of troll. If it's not the last thing you need. That's my personal opinion. Because it's kind of like a glorified set bonus. It's literally just a bonus, right? Like, it either gives you 5% crit damage or 10% boss damage. Which is fine, but 309 is just a lot, right? I think there's also an argument to, like, see if getting a 23 star is worth over picking a belt. I mean, picking a badge. Like, if you get, for example, an ET from 22 to 23, because technically the badge is 3 spares, right? 3 spares is a pretty legit chance of going for 23. Pretty legit, right? Like, 23 is like 50% chance of hitting, roughly. Like, it's like 40, 45 or something. Like, does that extra star beat 10% boss damage? I don't know if it does, like, I've never run the numbers, right? You know what I mean? Or if you're like a high roller, what if you hit 23 on your first try, and then you 23 a second item? And then you could use the spares to try to go for a third 23. Is that better value than, you know, going for a badge? There probably is an argument, you know, in some circumstances, that buying the badge, even if it is the last set bonus, is not correct. I don't know. The shame of it? Who cares about the shame when your character's got shiny pitch? Who cares about having a Ventus badge when you have 24 Zerg, 24 eye patch? You know what I mean? Just do XBM. That's what I'm waiting for as well. Like, we've seen one from our party so far for XBM, and then we're hoping that we get the second badge, and then the third one will be mine. Hydrate. Thank you. Got me killed in the middle of that. Just missing a TC. Yeah, I'm hoping for a TC drop too. That'd be nice. But yeah, I'm pretty chill with my pitch calls for my mules for the time being anyway. I'm probably just going to buy Jenny badge on my mules, because why not? Oh, pardon me. They'll never see a badge unless they get lucky. But it'll be after I get everything else. Like, I'll need to get one of each of everything else. Why am I shirtless and sweating? Those crazy comms. What do you think of the new core skills? Visually, I think they're awesome. Damage-wise, I'm kind of shocked how abysmal they are. I have not heard good things about the damage. Shoutouts to Plunger getting a badge in front of JH, dude. Plunger and like JH is like my favorite rival duo. JH wants nothing but Plunger to suffer, but Plunger just keeps hitting. First it was the ET, then it was Star Forcing a bunch of random things as well. I'm pretty sure I tapped the ET to 21 off event as well. It seems so worthless. Yeah, the damage is like, you know, not quite there yet. The badge on my marksman was pretty cool. I was just saying before, like, I didn't see that many pitch this week. Evidently, all of my characters didn't get pitch for this one today. What am I listening to? Show a bathroom. No, thank you. I was like... Why does it sound like we're in a sauna? That's crazy. So worth making a hero on Challenger World. I'm a returning player. I mean, if you're coming back, pretty much most classes are a good pick. I personally really enjoy hero. I like how simple it is, and the burst is pretty satisfying in my opinion. Movement is pretty solid too. More solid than you would think for a warrior class. How many super books do I have? Actually, don't think I have a single super book. I'm pretty close on some of my characters. But no super book yet. But yeah, going back to talking about hero, I personally like it. It also had a lot of quality of life changes over the years. I don't know when the last time you played hero was, but now hero has its own summon. So you can actually put down your 6th job, Burning Soul Blade, and it's a 2-minute summon. That's, like, genuinely really good. It's so much better than actual summon classes for some of them. Like, Battle Mage has a giant-ass summon, but it's got a 40-second duration. Like, it doesn't matter how big it is. It's annoying to put down. Meanwhile, hero, even though it's, like, on the smaller side, 2-minute summon up, like, permanent uptime, kinda good. Which core 3 am I looking most towards? In terms of, like, visuals, definitely Corsairs. I don't know, something about, like, I just like birds. There's something funny about, like, a bunch of seagulls bombing a boss. You gonna try one? Yeah, give it a go. Like, if you're, like, an OG player and you want to play something simple, I think Hero is definitely, like, kinda in that vibe, right? Like, you don't want to try anything too crazy. It is definitely on the simple side, though. Lynn has 160 mil, has a TC because you're helping a friend that gave it to you. I mean, now you only really need one. You can pay the Lynn tax. He's got you good though, like, he gave you that TC, now you're running with them forever. It wasn't a gift, it was prepayment. They got you good, man. You're stuck in that X-Lotus party forever. And then when he's done with his main, you're now there on his second character's runs. You can never leave. That's how it works. Genius, honestly. Like, for me, I would like a Lin in my party unconditionally, just to make things easier. And if all I had to do was pay them a TC to keep them in my party, you know what? It's not a bad payment. Soul Hayato. 3-line attack WSE. Crazy. Okay, Kano gameplay? Yeah, if you don't really like the sort of kind of somewhat active button mashing gameplay, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, we'll see what happens with the new class, because I haven't heard that many good things from it. Don't know how to do X-Lot without a Lin. That's genuinely how I felt too when I was playing on my Cannon Master. Actually, it's not too bad. X-Lotus is pretty easy on teleport classes, I don't mind that. But on the on my Cannon Master, I have a genuinely difficult time doing X-Lotus and surviving. I don't know, I just don't have a brain cell, never learned how to dodge. Why dodge when you can sit on Fountain and have Lin heal? Like, it's just no point dodging, genuinely. Just sit in one spot and call it a day. You dodged a knockback every once in a while, so then, you know, you don't lose damage uptime, but that's about it. Why bother dodging when the Lin just does everything for you? Alright, hero done. Where should we go to next? I got my Cannon Master bosses to do. We can do that. And I also have my mechanic. Let's do Cannon Master. Let's quickly run through this because I know that for Cannon Master I need to do my my missions as well. Those restoration points missions. Holy, my house is shaking. It's windy as hell outside. How do I have 84 bill? Most of it is from my bosses. Yeah, most of my money comes from my bosses. Do you make an AI portrait? Some of them do. Like I have one on my Kana. I also have one on my Cannon Master. I need to get the 30,000 mob kills or whatever to get more. I'm just gonna put it all on one of them, like on each of them. Oh, you know, I kind of griefed JH a little because I think when we did our X-Lotus run, I didn't have any green pots. And we just ran in and I didn't have one. You buy all the pots at once? Yeah. But that one I only was missing green pot. Like, how did I miss the string? It was literally like just missing the green pots. I just needed to buy them in bulk. Oh, I thought I could walk out. I thought I could outspeed the string and just walk there. All good. Is catching 3 strings annoying? It does. What? How did I dodge that? Hey. Where's the thing? At least it's not 20? Yeah, 20 is crazy. Oh. I can't believe the original mission was 20. What a waste of time. The only one that I thought was kind of funny that we had to do was the slime one, where you had to block 3 gates. That was actually genuinely a difficult mission to do. I remember a lot of people had really big difficulties doing the slime one because, you know, if you didn't know how to do the block, kind of hard. But thankfully for me, I'm a professional gate blocker. Cannon Master? Yeah, sometimes I do, I just do this character for weeklies for now. I use this character to run weeklies for money, and I also do the, do some trades with this character. Usually I carry my friends and Carlos if they want it. I can do Carling, and I could also do, you know, adversary, all that sort of stuff, like if people need it, but otherwise I just run weeklies on it. Would you say as a class, Corsair is more powerful than Cannon Master? I think between the two, if they were the same spec, I think my Corsair would be stronger. I think overall as well, I much prefer the gameplay of Corsair, but what Cannon Master does have over Corsair is the burst for this class is significantly better. I just prefer the playstyle of Corsair. But Cannon Master's burst is definitely better. Corsair's overall damage and, like, I guess flow of playing the class is a lot more fun for me. CM has better farming. That is true. CM's farming is definitely better. Or at least it's a lot lazier. Corsair's farming is still good as well. Like, don't get me wrong, it's pretty good, but Cannon Master is like pretty close to AFK. Originally a Corsair? Yeah, so the reason why I swapped off of Corsair originally on this character into Cannon Master was back when I was playing in Kronos. Well, I already started playing in Hyperion, right? And one of my friends, I was carrying them through, you know, C10 and whatnot, because I didn't play Kronos anymore, and at the time I already had all the pitch items, except maybe the CFE at the time. So I was like, it's a complete waste of this character if I just, you know, don't run my friend through it and then they can take the items. Legit, it's a waste if I take more copies. And the problem for me juggling two servers is, like, I legit forgot how to play Corsair, and at the time, Corsair was a lot more complicated of a class. Like, the summons management was a lot more annoying. It was, I think, overall weaker as well, because this is pre-6 job. Amongst other things, yeah, it was a annoying class to play. So I job swapped. I didn't want to spend every week trying to figure out how to play my Corsair again, because that's what it kind of felt like to me. It felt like every week I had to learn how to play Corsair again. Whereas for Cannon Master, way easier to play, mechanically speaking. And yeah, made more sense. But after they changed more things and then I had more time to actually learn how to play Corsair, that's when I actually enjoyed it, right? Before, I just didn't know how to play. Looks more satisfying? Yeah, I mean, they play very differently from each other. Are these your portraits? I can't see because I have an ad block on. I'm sorry, I wish I could help. Why'd you make female characters and not men? Honestly, at first, I was thinking to myself, if I was going to look at a character in game, I'd rather look at a female character. That was honestly what I had in mind. I do have male characters as well. I think at some point I started playing characters and choosing the gender of, like, the class itself. So this character was originally Jet, and canonically I think Jet's female, which is why I picked it as female. And then for Xenon, my Xenon's male for the same reason, right? Canonically it's a male. Drop this raw 3. But yeah, it's not that deep. I don't really care too much about it. Half of my characters look like animals anyway. If you look at my roster, it's just... I don't even know. There's just a bunch of characters. We're back. Oh, I said that I couldn't see the thing because I have ad blocker on, and this website doesn't like it when I have ad blockers on. I can't see it properly. Alright, hang on, I can see it now. I think I prefer 2 out of them. As in like pardon me, number 2. Am I missing Jet? Only sometimes. I think as a class, no. But as, you know, having Jet as my main for so long, I do miss playing the character. For my Kana, I'm probably working towards getting it to D-Lib, but that's gonna take some time. I don't have points for it. The Hexa could have been cool, yeah. It's a shame that they couldn't find a way to actually make the class work in GMS, because it sounded like there were so many bugs with it. I mean, supposedly Jet was the reason why Roll the Dice stopped working for a bit. Like, that is a crazy bug to have. Did I kind of surpass my Cannon Master? Yeah, it's not even close. It really isn't even close. I did my Destiny Lib mission for Seren on my Kana. It took me 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Like, there's a 0% chance that my Cannon Master could do something similar. Like, my Seren Destiny Lib was faster than my Legion Champion missions for some of my characters. Actually insane. Character's too strong, man. Let's see. Probably just do E-Adversary. Yeah. I wouldn't mind them, like, trying to make Jet into a good class. I wouldn't be too offended, but it would be nice if they were like, alright, we're re-releasing Jet. People who swapped out of Jet have the choice to be a Jet again. That'd be cool. Because they kind of deleted my character, you know what I mean? Like, come on. I should at least be able to get my character back. What's the difference between N Lucid and H Lucid? Just more HP and additional P3? It's that, and also for when you go into P2 and you fall off the map, you can't use your potions. I think in normal and easy Lucid, if you fall off the map, you kind of just get teleported to the top, or like to a random spot, and then nothing else happens. But in hard Lucid, you actually get punished for jumping off the map. But then other than that, it's pretty much the same. Lucid across all difficulties is kind of the same. Right. Oh no, I'm gonna get cooked, aren't I? Do I just triple sent out here? Nope. Not even triple sent out. Oh, never mind. Can I reset my CM to buck? No, I can't hex or reset. There's too many frags gone. Even if, in theory, that was an option. I could not. Oh man, I parried too early. This is easy? Yeah, this is easy. Dude, imagine if this was a normal adversary. Holy, easy money. Grindstone chances as well? Crazy. Nah, I only run... I don't even run normal adversary anymore, actually. The only character of mine that used to run normal adversary is my Kana, but I run hard adversary now. For the pieces. Do I need to carry anyone's Seren this week? I feel like I have a bunch of Seren runs. Let me see. I have one on my Battle Mage. One on my Corsair. I don't need that many. I'll just run Seren here. I won't carry anyone Seren on this character anymore. And I can do the trace missions as well. Death count of 2. Minus 20% final damage. Can I be bothered doing that? It is 27 points. Death count of 2 though. Do I trust myself to not die out in this boss? I feel like I don't trust myself. You know what? Let's not do that. Let's just be lazy. I don't trust myself in either direction. Even if it's a 5-minute run, I don't trust myself. That counts as a potion? You guys see that? What? That's crazy. Using serums counted at the beginning. Hello. Should be turning them on? Yeah. If it's not too much out of your way, I'd recommend you doing them. Like, you want to do as many as you can because they give you just like free restoration points in a way. Because some of them are as easy as just clear the boss, right? Some of them are just part of the boss itself. For example, for V-Hiller, if you don't pick any of the other restoration missions, the mission is just get hit by a string 3 times. You're not going that much out of your way to do. Same with Darknail. So at the very least, you can get a couple of points. Now, some of them are a little bit more annoying, like you do less damage, for example, you start off with less lives, and then they kind of compound into like more annoying missions. But if you can be bothered doing them, you do get more points for your restorations, and you can use those in the future to, you know, restore items. Like for me, technically, I could have added more missions in, like maybe the 2 life mission, because this is not going to take very long, but I'm just lazy. In terms of getting anything out of the trace restorations, it does take a while. You need like 1,600 to restore a pitch, for example. And I think it's like almost 2,500 to restore an Eternal if you decide to do that. Yeah, you might as well do it. It's kind of free in a way. Because one of the restore missions is just simply go clear the boss. And if you're running the boss anyway, of course you're going to clear it. Kai drops a high? Probably not. When it comes to the pitch and like Eternal boxes, I'd imagine like it's most likely pretty low. Message? Hello. I don't think it's a decent drop rate. It's probably low. And besides, if you are RNG carried, is that not the best way to play this game? Is it not just more fun to be RNG carried? Hard Kai pitch box rate supposedly 1 in 4. That's pretty high. 1 in 4 is pretty high for Hard Kai. You're 3 for 3? If those are from normal Kai, then you know, it's just a little bit of good luck. If it's from N-Kai, that's pretty crazy, actually. Oh, come on, man. This guy dodged the bullet. One from normal, 2 from hard. Yeah. Oh, I don't know the rate for either of those, but you know, regardless, it's pretty lucky to get that much pitch early. You take it and run. Look, to me, this is like no difference from the people who get like pitch with 0 drop rate in Challenge World in general, right? Like somebody's gonna hit. There's so many people running around doing these bosses, so the people are gonna get drops. You will get people with emblems and books, CFEs, ETs. Somebody said they got 2 ETs back to back. Like, that's crazy. It is what it is. To be honest, for me, when it comes to Kai, I just hope that the box that he drops regarding the fragments gives me more than 20. If I get more than 20 fragments per Kai clear, I'm pretty happy. 1 from Kai, 1 from Gloom. Oh, there you go. See, the fact that you even got an ET from Gloom with like probably not very much drop rate is insane. Yo, this guy's got the seed. He's got the seed. But I'd be lying if I said like I didn't also experience that on some of my characters. Like my Corsair and my Blaze Wizard, when I was playing them, they just kept getting drops as well. They got like the real Raw 4 really quickly. They both got Book really quickly. Eye Patch drops, Zerk drops, like whatever. You just take it, right? You just take it and run. 2 white ring boxes. And you got Raw 4 and Continuous 4. Huge. That's the good stuff right there. Now, speaking of ring boxes, from my C Chaos and H Adversary, I got the ring box, like the really good ring box, and from one of them, I kind of got a grindstone. So now I'm 2 out of the 10 there to get a Raw 5. You're 110 boss damage. This guy is just playing Challenger World on easy mode. Nah, that's so good though. No, really, some characters just have it all. He's eating too much. This is why we're all starving. He's eating all the RNG. Your Erel has 40, 40, 40. Holy crazy. Your main is turbo, no RNG. Look, some characters just have everything, man. I'm telling you. Some characters just literally get nothing, and then some characters get everything. You haven't seen a sub belt yet? Exactly, right? Like, this is why MapleStory is a kind of game where you really shouldn't be comparing your progress with anybody else. Luck is just too crazy sometimes to compare. There's no point comparing yourself to other players in this game. Like, luck is has so much variance, and it makes no sense to compare yourself with anyone else. It's just gonna make you feel bad for either yourself or for them. All I really do when it comes to like seeing these sorts of things is I'm just happy for people who get the drop, and I just hope that's me next, you know? And that's all it really is. Like, I'm happy that you got 4 pitches in Challenger World. I hope my Erel gets 4 pitches. That's all it is. I feel bad comparing your mules to the others. Exactly. Yeah, me too, honestly. You ruined Challenger World for him? No, no, no. Don't think of it like that. He might say that, but that's on him, not you, man. That's on him. You're playing a gacha game, right? You're playing a gacha game at the end of the day. Doesn't matter how it is. Luck is the #1 factor in a lot of these games for making progression. They've made it better in a lot of different ways, but at the end of the day, like, seeing these drops as early as you have makes it like a pretty big impact later on, right? But it's not like you had the choice to do it. Like, feeling annoyed that somebody else got lucky. It's not like you chose for him to get no drops and you to get all the drops. That's not how it works, right? Did I get pitch? I did actually get a decent amount of drops today, Amon. On my hero, I got a Zerk and an eye patch back to back. That's crazy. To me, it doesn't really make much sense to say, like, this game sucks because somebody else gets drops and I don't, right? Like, you will always find somebody who has better luck than you, no matter how marginal. You will always find somebody slightly better than you. Are you gonna just blame, like, 10% of the game that the game is bad? It's like, that mindset doesn't make sense to me. You're playing a gambling game, at its core. It's whatever. I think it's fine to be upset that you don't get drops. Like, especially if you go on such a dry streak. Like, I've been there too, right? Like, my first book took me like close to 3 years to get. And it bothered me seeing people running around with their mules, but I wasn't mad at them, and you know, all I could really blame was like bad luck, right? I think that's fine. Being mad at bad luck is whatever. But like saying that the game is ruined because somebody else, I don't know, man. This is a little bit, maybe a little bit excessive. At the end of the day, you just hope for the best when it comes to these drops. That's why I'm saying like this game has slowly like moved into a better light. It's just getting better as we play. They're adding more systems where players' lucks become like more consistent. So then you don't have to wait to get lucky to be able to make progress. Now we have hard pity. Like what a surprise. Adding hard pity to this game makes the game better. I think every game is like that. Any game that has hard pity is good. Because you can only go so far. I mean, hope for the best. Oz almost mentally broke you. Exactly, right? It stopped being other people hitting. And it started being like, why am I still doing this for myself? That's where like the bad game design is. How much meso do I net from bossing alone? It could be anywhere between 50 to 80 bill. Depends on how much effort I decide to put into the game. You have so many armor boxes, it's time for the seer. You know, that's not a bad idea. I'll throw it onto my seer. I hope that's an arcane weapon. I hope that's an arcane weapon I'm holding. Wait, am I already wearing arcanes on this character? Wait, I have arcane gloves on. Yo! Oh, that's not an arcane weapon. Okay, the next time I get an arcane weapon box, I'll put it onto my seer. Because I've been opening them on my Kana this entire time. Ah man, should have kept one of them as my seer's thing. Wait, what do I need? I need cape and shoulder. There you go. For the future seer. Next weapon box I need to remember to put onto my seer. Alright, which other character can get some arcanes here? Is this character fully arcaned? Probably. Paladin? What about Kaiser? Hello, hello, welcome. Thought about not making an Erel because you might be further, but Hayato's still amazing. I'd probably say like Hayato is a better class too. Oh, never mind. Kaiser's already decked out. I think Hayato's fine. That Moshuan's definitely gonna show up naked if I log into it, right? What do I do with my spares now? Oh, well, realistically speaking, which is the next character I would like see myself progging? And honestly, genuinely, probably is the Seer. Maybe I'll just put spares on the Seer. I'll put all my arcane box spares on the Seer until I figure out what else I want to do. Legit. This way, at least, if I ever work on my Seer, I'll be able to possibly 20, 22, or 21 the gear without having to worry about spares. That's kind of cool. It's because, like, I'm already playing my Erel. If we get another cash shop transfer, I can see myself putting one of my vac pets onto my Shine. And then that's, like, pretty good value. Liberate Seer next? Maybe, maybe. Like, genuinely, maybe. Because the next change to, the bossing is going to be pretty significant. They're going to make it so then we can get our boss mules a lot more efficient. 20-minute boss changes and all that. So Black Mage mules are kind of good. It's quite far away though. What was I going to check? Auto harvest. Okay, I want that to still run. I have no more VIPs on me. Oh, music stopped. Yeah, look at all these like secondaries I claimed. I could have gave one of those weapons to my Seer. Just didn't even think about it. Okay. Start some dailies. Ooh, familiar expedition. Like my single glowing pouch. You know what? Out of all the rewards they could have given me, that's not the worst. Now it's BM mules, yeah. BM mules are kind of legit. With the changes that they're gonna make to the bosses, like BM mules are pretty legit. It's easier to make a black mage mule than to make a C10 mule, in all honesty, because for C10, if you make a min clear C10 mule, it's not one boss that you have to do. You have to do V Healer, Dark Nail, Gloom, Will, Lucid. So those 5 bosses already, if you have a min clear C10 mule, it's gonna take you anywhere between like an hour to 2 hours to get everything done with just those 5 bosses. Depends on how strong it is, right? Like, even on the weakest character, you do a 20-minute V Healer run, it's still going to be about a 10-minute Will, 10-minute Lucid. So that's like 1.5 hours, right? But if you make a Black Mage mule, you won't be able to clear V Healer, but you can clear Black Mage. And then for 20 minutes of effort, you get 4.5 bill per month. For 20 minutes. That's a pretty good investment. Yeah, so the new change that I'm talking about is they're going to change all the bosses into a 20-minute boss. Effectively reducing all of the bosses' HP by about 30%, right? Because they're going to like, keep the scaling about the same. So, overall, everyone kind of gains like 30 FD from these bosses almost. Like, the HP bar is less and you have less time. So, min cutting is, you know, just as difficult. But for existing characters, it's kind of like effectively gaining 30% FD. Kind of crazy. But Black Mage, it cuts down from 60 down to 20, which is 2/3. 60% reduction in HP. That is crazy. And now, assuming you have enough Arcane Force and you can min-cut Black Mage, a 20-minute min-cut Black Mage doesn't sound that bad, right? 10 minutes of that is going to be P4. Let's just put that into perspective here. Like, P4 usually is the longest part. It's going to be 8 to 10 minute P4, and the rest of it is P1, 2, and 3. That is easier to do, technically, than to do a 20-minute V Healer. But the downside is you probably need max Arcane Force, and that's the hard part. Like, you need max Arcane Force to do full damage to Black Mage. That does take a while to do. When is that coming? I think it's coming in like 4 or 5 months or something. It's like a new update in KMS. So they're just making it so then, because we have so many bosses that we're running now, and they keep adding new and new bosses, right? Because now what? We recently got Malefic Star as a boss. We also have, for the endgame players, there's Jupiter. And if they add more things to do, like with the addition of Challenger World 4, there's 2 new bosses basically, you know, with Kai and the new one that's coming out. It's a lot of time, so they just cut the amount of time needed for all these bosses. It's a good buff. Good quality of life for sure. How was your weekend? It was chill. I got to hang out with my family. And yeah, kind of... It was a very easy weekend. I am a little bit tired, but it's alright. New HPs. So a total of 165 T. So the post changes, it's gonna have less HP than V Healer does right now. if I counted correctly. Isn't V Healer like 170 something right now? Or am I crazy? Yeah. So post changes, Black Mage is going to have less HP than V Healer does right now. So if you can clear current V Healer in under 20 minutes, you can clear new Black Mage in under 20 minutes. Well, maybe not exactly, because he does like have a bunch of shields, but you know, you get the point. Oh yeah, how did you guys go on with the IA event? I just remembered we had the IA event yesterday. I only did a little bit personally. I got my drop rate to 15%, so I'm pretty happy with that. Now my Kana has max drop rate while farming. Or rather, as much as it can be while farming. $5 mil honor, no attack speed +1. Oh, that is rip. That's pretty cursed. Oh, I just realized I didn't cap my boxes yesterday. Oh well. Erel got 3 best in slot lines. Nice. Congrats. Yeah, for me, I didn't really do too much. Maybe I should have tried a little bit more to get better honor lines, but that's alright. I think my Erel also has like decent farming lines now, which is good. I think I have like at least legendary meso obtained, so it's like 18% meso or whatever it is, and then a little bit of drop rate. That's all I can really ask for anyway. I'm so close to getting 29 in Mastery 2. Once I get 29 in Mastery 2, I think I'm going to start going for 20 Soul Janus. Hopefully with the Ride or Die fragments, it'll be a pretty big injection, hopefully. Stops at 17? Oh, hell nah. Not the 17 Soul Janus. I thought Cassio needs 20 to clear comfortably. For me, I'm just dusk farming. Technically, I don't even need to go for 20. But pretty much everyone has like recommended going for 20 Soul Janus. And I've never used it myself, so I'm just going off of other people's opinions here. But if so many people have told me that 20 Janus is worth going for, I'm inclined to go for it, you know what I mean? Is my dusk one-shotting? Yeah, pretty close. If not already. Yeah, it's one-shotting. You don't full clear with dusk, that's the thing, right? Like, there's still a chance that the procs are on the wrong timing and whatnot. So, technically if I want like perfect rates, Dawn is better. But Dusk is like pretty lazy. Chances the Ride or Die frags get nerfed. We'll find out. If they update not Challenger World, if they update the PTS with new numbers, then we'll find out. The number of frags they give is like pretty random. So, I don't know what to believe. I could see them nerfing it, but at the same time, it'd be pretty crazy to nerf it. The less active farm, the better? Yeah, that's fair. I'm trying to turn off my aircon here, guys. There we go. I can definitely see the value of having high levels of Janus. It's just that because I've been dust farming this entire time, I can't really gauge the value of these orbs, if that makes sense. But if everybody has been telling me that like you can use like triple orbs the entire time and just be lazy and AFK farm, I'm like, okay, look, you guys probably have a better idea than I do. Oh, I think I'm using Fatal Strike, whoops. Oh my god, I'm getting hit. Let me swap. Do I need to use my Jenny iframe? Please, let me swap. Yeah, that's what I've been told as well, specifically for SR2 in Carcion. That's why I'm not in a rush for it right now, because for one, I can't even farm in SR2. My Sacred Force is on the lower side. I have 460 Sacred Force. I don't even think my balls will like 3 tick. It's gonna be like 5 tick at that point. I'm also quite underleveled, so you know, 285 versus what, 289? Very, very far away. So that's why I'm not really in a rush. I'll wait for my Sacred Force to catch up a little bit, and then I might opt to go there just to be lazy. I'm okay staying here though, like, I'm in the right level range for Calm Beach. Every once in a while I even get Burning, which is kind of crazy now that I think about it. Yeah, this is lazy enough for the time being. It's not like I really do much here anyway. But yeah, not having to move for 80 seconds. Is that how long the orbs last? Because I didn't realize that at 20 it makes the orbs last longer. Like 80-second loot rotation sounds pretty awesome. Oh, this is a nostalgic sound. At 20, 120 at 30. Yeah, 30 jazz, 120, 2-minute orbs. Wild. I've never gotten there before. I don't think I ever will, to be honest. I think I'll probably do 20 jazz at most and then go back for damage. I am a Kana main. Hello, Ryan. My Kana goat. Do you recognize this character? Do you remember this one? Actually, was I playing my Kana a lot back then? I don't remember. I remember Kana farming every once in a while, but I didn't really spend that much time. I had mostly my Blaze Wizard back then. Oh yeah, speaking of like my progression, I'm now 3 set on my my Eternals. Now I need to wait 4 weeks or 3 weeks or whatever it is to be able to get some spares, and I can try to tap them to like 20 and slowly get there. You're Hallian Wop Wop, that's true. This was my Kana farmer back then. Which is why you probably didn't see it. Nobody cares about the Kana farmer. How do people have 100 bill in Challenger World 3? People have 100 bill in Challenger World 3? Probably just a lot of grinding. And it's a lot. You're probably making like 500 to 600 mil an hour. Maybe... Yeah. If people actually have 100 bill, that's crazy. It just means that they're not spending as well, which is the crazier part to me. I feel like in Challenger World, if you just hold your money, you'll be missing out on at least drop rate. Like even if you don't invest into damage, the drop rate is pretty nice. Finally have a main? Yeah, it's kind of fun. Like I'm running like the more interesting bosses now, so like C Carlos, H Adversary, H Carling. I'm running Limbo tomorrow, and probably Malefic Star as well tomorrow. I can't run H Malefic Star, which is kind of my, I guess, goal. It's just a Sacred Force gated. Oh, pardon me. Well, I mostly loot during burst. I loot whenever I put down my fountain. Might be too frequent, but I don't trust myself to remember to loot if I don't pick up things every time I put down Fountain. I'll be sad if I miss a fragment. It's a small circle. This map is like pretty tiny, honestly. I also go out of my way to pick up fragments if I see them drop on the floor like that. Yeah, going back to talking about Challenger World, I find like if you actually have money and an event comes up, or you need to do something like make drop gear, it's definitely worthwhile. Nice Erel grind. That's soon. I might start grinding on my Erel once I do a little bit more of my Kana. I kind of want to get 29, but also at the same time, I want to make a video on my Erel first, kind of talking about some stuff before I start grinding on it. I think most likely after the weekly reset, I'll probably start grinding on my Erel. I want to stop claiming the 5k mobs on it, and I'll just start farming. It's the Erel Hyperburn? Yeah. It's currently level 272. But if I need to get to 280 to unlock Hard Kai, I do need to grind to get there. Can't just daily story my way to 280 at the moment, it's too slow. How far behind real time is your video releases? The most recent one, I filmed it like almost 2 weeks ago. It was at the end of the last reset. So when I did my first set of bosses, when I min cut everything, that was on week 1. That was on the first week. So all those bosses, Hard Will through to like V Healer, and then Sea Slime and Lucid, you know, all those things I did within 1 day. And it was a long day of recording, I'll say that much. But yeah, I just wanted to get everything done so I could demonstrate like the rental gear. But it helped like I was staggering my uploads, so then for those who didn't do things all on week 1, they didn't feel too bad about it. I think that was like a pretty nice thing, that like naturally I couldn't upload everything the day that I did it. It's just too much effort, too much time. Hello, Baron. Thank you for the hydrate. When will I hit 280? I have no clue, because grinding is one thing. I don't really mind the grind. I think I get to 275 like relatively quickly. 280 I kind of will get there, but it's like the motivation to grind is going to be the hard part for me, because I'm going to be grinding on like really crappy maps all the way to 280. I don't have a vac pet, right? So I have to make a loot rotation that I can actually pick up a decent amount of the things. It's just going to be kind of miserable. Yeah, Paletic is waiting for a C10 bus, please. Not again. After this WAP? Thoughts? Or do I have to wait for you to get home from work or something? Yeah, most likely, I'm just going to be in Gate 1 all the way to 275, otherwise I'll just miss out on too much money. Yeah. No vac is pretty rough. The crazy part about this, like, bus as well is, like, it's not even a fast bus. It's still, like, taking the scenic route. Mystic Frontier Guide for best setups. I think the best in slot setup is just +3 times 1.4. If you have 3 of those, it's pretty much as good as you're gonna get it. Like, just 3 of those. Otherwise, you just use whatever's left. What do you mean? It's like, that's what it says on the fan. I think I might have one somewhere. Is it this one? Oops. Yeah, it's like this one. Dice total +3 for auto multiplier 1.4. If you have 3 of those, that'd be ideal. As long as they are active, because you know how they have conditions, all have to be the same, or like it has to be a reptile in your thing. You know, whatever it is. Ideally, you have ones that are unconditional. And what I mean by that is, like, it doesn't rely on you rolling specific numbers. Like, that +3 times 1.4 can also be attached to things like if you roll an odd number. You ideally don't need to roll specific things to get the bonus. Need to get out of the decarling blender before haste. When are we expecting to get haste? Is the haste on the 22nd? Or is that on a different event? 22nd. Ooh. To the 7th of this. What? So it's the entire time. Okay, maybe Erel is winnable then. Ah, man. So I have to decide between my Erel or my Kana. I mean, the EXP is pretty good. Haste is pretty good. You believe? Hello, Beck. The #1 delibber in the chat. The only one to delib twice. Insane. I forget, when you delib, did you do it both in the same week? Or was it like a little bit more in between? That was an interesting month. It was infinite content for like a month or two. At least it felt like a month or two. Really was infinite delib content. What's the haste event? Usually it's like shortened rune cooldown and enhanced rune effect. Right? That's usually what it is. So 10-minute cooldown, but all the runes are a bit better. Exciting. 3 days between 2 delibs. Crazy. I'm so far away from deliving this Kana. I have no points whatsoever. It's kind of cooked. But that's okay. I've started doing H-Limbo. It's only a matter of time until I get there, right? H-Limbo gives so many points. It's like 120 liberation points or something. Let me see, actually. I run H Limbo, so that's 120. I run H Carling, but that's split between 5 people. Hard adversary 40. Yeah, the points are few and far in between. Did I calc my secondary live? Not yet. I haven't looked into it because I'm not even 290. So I think, if I remember correctly, when you get to like 290 and 295, the dailies help out a lot. But I don't think I get that many points because I'm only at Carcion. I'm not sure if that's true though. I'm still like super far away from that, so I'm not too fussed. I'm also not getting any vestiges anytime soon, assuming it's like it works the same way it does right now. I'm just getting carried a lot of bosses. Thankfully for Kana, I don't need to worry too much about the secondary, right? Because my one's already like kind of star forced up. Mine's already 23. I feel like living quickly is not too bad. I think I'm not gonna miss too much. It's already level 200 as well. W Kana. Already got Astra secondary. It might as well already be an Astra secondary. Actually, no. Does the Astra secondary have better pots as well? Or at least for the... Am I mixing things up? I don't know. Might be mixing up with like the Jenny weapon. Like the Destiny weapon. How do you live secondary? So I think in the next half, you can do like dailies and bosses to get points. And you slowly get a better secondary that you can Star Force, basically. And it can Star Force pretty far. Every time that you boom it, though, you have to pay 3 bill to get it back, or something like that. It's only level 200. I don't know what secondary... Yeah, now... These are... Do I even need the Astra secondary on the Kana? It just sounds like I already got it. Oh, what could be higher base stats? Because this one is like, what's my base stats? 60 and 175. It could be higher. If it's higher, then that'll be worth it. But it depends on how much higher. Because Kana can technically ladder right now. Whereas for everyone else, you can't ladder. You hit 24 on your secondary, on your Astra secondary for everybody else, right? And then if you try to go for 25, it either goes back down to 22, or you can restore it back to 22, basically. Or it goes to 25. Whereas Kana, you can just ladder 2 of them, right? Sweetwater's just much better. Yeah. Well, that's okay though. Like, if Sweetwater's much better, that just means that you already have your Astra secondary, and you don't have to interact with the new system. We'll have to see, because Kana is Kana's a non-KMS class. Have they shown the weapon for Kana in the test server? I haven't even looked. Oh, is it only 1 bill? I thought it was 3 bill to restore it. Oh, that's the heart, right? The plasma heart's 3 bill. Yeah, I don't know how they're gonna do things for Kana and Dual Blade. Every other class is probably chillin'. But yeah, the Sweetwater's too good because it comes with like an extra 30 boss damage, right? So unless it has better base stats, and has more boss damage or something associated with it, there's no point. Same thing with Kana, unless the base stats are like actually worthwhile. Can you imagine if the Astra secondary was just like 10 more attack or something? Like, is that even worth the effort at that point? You just like leave it off forever until you've laddered your way to 25 or beyond. Yeah, my Kana, now that I think about it, is going to be like an infinite money sink, because every event I can always try to do more secondaries. It's a question of like, do I bother safeguarding these to 22 from 20? I don't know. Sounds like I'm going to be poor forever playing this character. I'll worry about that after I finish my Eternals. My Eternals are like still on their way. I'm pretty happy though. 3-set Eternal. Finally got the pants yesterday, which is nice. The flames have a little bit to be, you know, desired, but it's fine. I mean, this flame could have been so insane actually. 144, but it's 6 magic attack. So close yet so far. Imagine 144 and 6 all stat. Crazy. Now I'm just waiting to collect some more cores. I'm pretty close to like some more spares here. So just 3 more weeks, and I get 1 more spare from Carling. 4 for this one here. So at the same time, I'll probably get my second Limbo piece. Man, Eternal's such a long way away. Gives me the same vibes of when I got my arcanes for the first time. You know, when you do the old school arcanes, You gotta buy them from the shop with droplets. Alright. JH, are you still here? Did you want to run the bosses now? Or do you want to run them later? We can run our little C10 runs. I guess while I'm waiting for him, I can also just quickly do some dailies. Send him a message. Alright, and after today, halfway to 86. 86 is actually pretty good for me. I wouldn't mind being able to use my Cadena link in most of my bosses. How many of you guys have been doing the portraits? Because you gotta do like what, 30,000 mobs per ticket? We get 4 a week, right? It's a pretty big amount of tickets. I didn't realize that the mob count didn't carry over, so I don't know how long I was farming without claiming the ticket. Because you have to claim your ticket to let it like start tracking the second set or third and fourth. Probably should have put a better map than this one to do my dailies on. I'm not sure why I chose these maps, to be honest. I remember farming here. This map was actually pretty good for Kana to dusk farm on. If you guys are playing Kana and stuck in the Arcus, this map, pretty good. Because you can just about stand here and dusk farm the whole map. If you have a vac pet, it's pretty easy to loot as well. And this place is just like my favorite soonTM map. I think I trained most of my characters on this map. I don't know how good this is in Challenger World though, because I stayed here because of the burning. 100% burning is so good. Carried by burning. I think my symbols should level up today, at least some of them. Some of them will. Oh, never mind. One more symbol. Okay, so both of these should level up tomorrow. Just in time for my limbo run. That's good. Alright, let's switch characters. It's time to drag the Blaze Wizard out of his sleep once again. Just need to wait for Mr. Taco to log in. Let's grab some buffs. Okay. Oh, he made it in. Oh, wrong thing. Invited him into chat. Let's see if we can get this guy some pitch. Not me, I mean him. Holy frame rate. Nothing like a little bit of party bossing, coping for some drops. I'd say this character wouldn't mind a raw 4, but I don't really play this character that much anyway. It's mostly to carry. Maybe Source, maybe Daybreak from this boss. That would be pretty good. Should probably drop for him. Oh. I wish I had a little bit more frags on this character, just to upgrade. I think Inferno Sphere. I don't even think I have Inferno Sphere unlocked. It's like the bare minimum. I'm scared to burst. No Jenny iframe up. No! Oh, she ran at point 2. Alright, let's see if we get some pitch today on this run. Well, that's pretty good. Daybreak. Alright, we got something. Already better than we usually do. Yeah. I kind of wish that this character I worked on a little bit more back then. But it got left behind in Kronos, that's for sure. Do you guys have any characters that you wish you put more effort into? I mean, definitely my Blaze Wizard. To some extent, I kind of wish I liked my Demon Avenger more. I really do. That character got so lucky. He got a Rune Force Shield like on like the 10th run or something crazy like that from Hard Damien. What a privilege as a demon, right? And I did nothing with it. So it's a bit of a shame. Runeforce Shield is free now anyways? Yeah. It's more like when I got it, it was... I think I got the Runeforce Shield on that demon like maybe a year and a half ago now at this point. Level 260 kind of spawned in with a Runeforce Shield. Like, doesn't get much better than that for a demon. I just didn't like the character. Reverse muscle memory and all that sort of stuff. I'm glad that the Runeforce Shield has Hard Pity now. That should have been part of the game a long time ago, at least for Heroic. Being locked out of your, I guess, best in slot secondary for a long time is not great. You wish it was delibbed already? Are you just waiting for points at this point? CFE. No CFE. Hit every pitch before Runeforce Shield needed pity. Yeah, that's at least it's guaranteed now. Honestly, like, it's only 65 Dawn crystals. It's not bad. Clear the Sea Cars mission. Oh yeah, that's right. Can you keep your C10 boss mules at 260? You can, but they'll be weak. At 260, like, you have basically no frags. And C10 mules, like, you want to unlock your key masteries. Depending on what class it is, you need to unlock some skills and you need to unlock some of your masteries. For a lot of classes, unlocking masteries 1, 2, 3, and 4, and also unlocking Soul Hecate is pretty common for like the biggest jumps in final damage. If you're just at 260, unless you're just claiming the 5k mobs and the, what's the other thing called? High Mountain on it, like, it's not going to go very far. How much money do you guys invest getting drop gear from your mules? If I like my characters, I can invest like 30 to 40 bill if I want to do hybrids and stuff like that. Otherwise, you don't have to go too crazy with it. You could definitely just get away with doing 9 lines of drop. But then for me, when I played my mules, I like to farm on them. So because I was farming on them, I did end up getting like hybrids and such. This looks cool. I love the aesthetics of this class. It's a shame that like it took so long for the class to be like kind of okay to play. I think in its current iteration, pretty good. I actually quite like it. But man, this class was hot garbage for a while. It's a lot better now than it was before, that's for sure. But in its current iteration, pretty decent. Like, I have another Blaze Wizard that I... don't ask why I have 2 Blaze Wizards, but the second one is quite a lot better geared, but it's Masteries are very, very jank. And it's still doing like good damage. So I'm inclined to believe that this class is actually quite solid. What's the burst ratio? It's probably like... Wouldn't be surprised if it was like 60-40. Maybe it's higher than that, but I feel like that it does do a lot of its damage on its DPS. Like, the burst is not bad, but the DPS is quite high too. Oh, this would be a good one to get drops on. Come on, ET. No ET. The other ET. What's next? Will... Stellar Tearings? Exactly. Who am I partying with? It's with a paladin. He can technically solo all these bosses, he's just being lazy, he's dragging me through it too. He's just being lazy. That's okay. He takes me through other bosses, so there's the minimum repayment. Actually, I have gotten him 2 pitch. I think I got him a book and a... What's the other one? Emblem. Book and emblem. Can we actually see his gear? Yeah, pretty good. Book, emblem. I'm getting another book today. That would be pretty tragic, but maybe. A friend who can hard carry 30 to 40 mil combat powered characters. It's like, yeah, he's literally like halving or doubling his liberation journey, but it's just easier, right? I honestly, I would probably have done the same thing. Uh-oh, might die. Should I get drop gear on your mules? If you're doing bosses that have the chance of dropping pitch, I think it's worthwhile investing at least like 9 lines. Like 180 drop. You don't have to go for the last 20%, but 180 drop is not that big of an investment. At least in my opinion, it doesn't feel that expensive. But that's only if you're doing bosses that drop pitch. You could probably not even bother with that if you're only doing Hard Lotus, Hard Damien. But if you're doing like the entirety of C10, for example, it's worthwhile. Minutes as opposed to 15? Yeah. Does Greed Pennant count towards the last 20? I don't even know how the Greed Pennant works, to be honest. Land hybrids? Nah, none in Challenger World. I got a lot of, like, stat lines, though, which was nice. I have a lot of item drop, double stat. I accidentally tapped my burst. Well, that's cooked. I did no damage. Oh no. I accidentally did my 2-minute burst. Now P3 is going to be pretty slow. For black hearts? Yeah. Black hearts are nice. He's gonna die. How much Soul Erda? So I think High Mountain gives you 40 frags and 1 Soul Erda or something like that. It's not that much. I have literally nothing up right now. This guy can 2-burst P3. He doesn't need me here. Why am I here? Just here to provide an extra bind. Yeah, 140. Or rather, 1/40. Twilight Mark. Nothing. This is a very familiar soundtrack. What is this? Haunted House. From the Halloween events? Is that what it is? Should let go your battle mage? I mean, you can just play it as your like a boss mule. If you're like a Challenger World 3 character, just play as a boss mule. If you ever want to come back to it and play it as a main, then you can. But like, it's like you said, right? The Challenger World 3 character just progressed so fast. If you're not interested in playing Battle Mage, it's just becomes an extra resource for you now, right? That's the thing about having a lot of characters. The resource doesn't go away. You still already have like a strong-ish character for whatever content it was doing. At the very least, you can just quickly do normal Lotus, normal Damien. It won't take you that long if it used to be your main. More resources is good. And if you don't feel like doing the bosses, well, at the end of the day, still a Legion block. Still part of your Legion. I jumped off the map. It's tough if it's not a Challenger World 3 character. It just takes more time. Like, C10 mules are not the easiest thing to make. I think Challenger Worlds have, like, kind of spoiled people when it comes to that. Like, doing them off event is quite difficult. Like, Challenger World is, shouldn't really be seen as the standard. It's just the events are very, very powerful. They are the best time, like Challenger Worlds are the best time to make these characters, but at the same time, can't expect it to always be that easy. The speed that they're doing the Challenger Worlds is quite crazy though. Once every 6 months is pretty insane. Nice. Well, at least we got something. We got a daybreak. Oh, we have to do this boss. Not slime. Alright, place your bets, guys. Is he gonna get a slime ring? I don't think I've ever gotten him a slime ring. At least I don't remember getting him one. At least a new job every challenge at a disadvantage. Yeah, it kind of depends on like how you view the game. I don't really view the game as a like being behind people is a disadvantage. Personally, like, I get the sentiment, but like I think that's a not the best way to think about MapleStory as a game. I think in this game in general, there's always going to be something that you're behind somebody else from, unless you are like optimal in literally every single way. There's always going to be something that you're behind on. I don't think it's worth fussing about. Progress further if you're playing Erel. Yeah, that's a fair sentiment. I think for me, even in that aspect, like, if I don't get that far, I just need to spend more time, right? It really depends on what your goals are, for sure. And for me, my goal was just to clear hard Kai. You know, I got like 12 months to do it. So for me, I wasn't rushing anything. I think even if I wasn't playing an Erel, it would just be longer. But yeah, I get what you mean though. Like, you'd rather be able to make the same amount of progress with whichever character. Like having it kind of locked behind, I guess, a paywall and also a new class. It's not ideal. Yeah. It all kind of comes down to like what your goal is anyway, right? Like if your goal is to try to clear the content as fast as possible, then logically you'd want to pick the one that has the best time to do that. In this case it'd be like Erel or like the Sengoku classes. And if you're not interested in any of those things, but your mindset is still in the like I want to clear the content as fast as possible category, then yeah, I can understand why it'd be frustrating. But at the same time, like if you want to be like hyper optimal about these sorts of things, like, you don't really have a choice a lot of the time. There's like a meta for a reason, right? And at that point, it's just a case of deciding what you want to do. Like, what do you find fun? Because I kind of was like that too when I was playing TCGs, if I can use that as an example. Like, there's always like certain playstyles that I like to play in card games and in tournaments. But, you know, you can't be both competitive and also play for fun unless your favorite deck is the meta, right? It doesn't work like that, unfortunately. So, depending on what the game is in that moment, you gotta pick between, like, do you want to play what you want to play, or do you want to play what's optimal? And you gotta make that call. Also, this guy's getting actually scammed on these slime rings. I think that's like the 4th week with no slime ring. Ah, actually no, he has 1 slime ring. Okay, I don't feel so bad. He just hasn't seen any spares. All good. 1 armor box though, I'll take it. Alright. How much combat power do you gain? Usually it's 20 to 30 mil. Usually. Yeah, you'll go from like, let's say, anybody who's lived around like 70 mil combat power probably goes up to about 100. hover over it, no potentials on the Genie Pass. Yeah, you'd have to look at somebody else's actual weapon. I also think that it might not count for your set bonus as well, because I don't think if you're using the Challenger set, it can't become the set bonus, right? Unless maybe it can. I can't remember. I know like sometimes the set bonuses are a little bit finicky. It does? Okay. Because I think there was some things that couldn't be part of it, but it's a lucky item, so I guess it makes sense. You just can't use the Ignitia set. I see. But effectively it's the same thing, right? Still lucky. Should I use Legendary Potential Scroll on your Pino secondary or a Slime Ring? Not too much of a difference. If you can use one or the other, then you can Legendary either of them. They're both fine to use. I'd argue the secondary is probably slightly better, so then you can start cubing it for your attack lines. And the attack lines are pretty valuable. Alright. Can we get anything good here? There are prog groups for early Grandest bosses in Hyperion. Probably the best place to check is Hyperion Central if you're part of that Discord. Either that or you'd have to look around in your guilds. Early Grandest bosses is a bit tricky. Because I think a lot of people will probably be part of like Statics already. That's my kind of gut feeling. Yeah, for early Grandest bosses, if you're trying to do something like E-Carling, for example, you're probably better off asking around in guilds and alliances. That's probably what I'd do. But yeah. Unfortunately, because of how small the population of Hyperion is, it's a little bit tricky to find these sorts of like earlier parties, I guess you could call them. This is a very disastrous, unique expedition. Oh, purple. I'll take it. One purple. If I can get away with a single purple, it's good enough for me. Oh, what is this? If you're in the OCE time zone, you can join any of the Blue House guilds. We use the Alliance chat pretty often during like OCE and Southeast Asia like prime times. If you ask into the Alliance or even join the guild Discord, you'd be able to probably find somebody who's doing these runs, possibly. But I can't really speak for other guilds because I haven't really been part of them. But this my guild is only really big on like OCE prime times. Alright, it's time for me to do a little bit more grinding. Didn't expect to do my Paladins bosses, kind of forgot about that. Not my Paladin, my Blaze Wizards. I'm lucky, maybe the next rune will be a liberated rune. Oh, I forgot to put down my fountain. Yeah. Early Grand's bosses is a little bit difficult. Yeah. Join Blue House after? Yeah. Any of the Blue House guilds is fine. Oh, no. No. Did not want to go there. No, my fountain's gone now. Great. Can we search just Blue House? Okay. I'm gonna see if they show up. They don't. Well. I've been telling people to check out any of the Blue House guilds for a while, but if you can't just type in Blue House, it's a bit awkward. There's three of them. There's Big Blue House, Lil Blue House, and Min Blue House. They're all the same guild. Just one big guild. Mostly in the OCE time zone. And, you know, it's actually, for what it is, it's like a pretty small community, but it's like reasonably active. You could try asking around there. There's mid-blue house. That's a good question. Yeah, feel free to join. Like, you can join this one. Whichever one of them have, like, the most, like, has, like, people. Probably need to clean out the guild a little bit. I feel like some people have been away from their mules for a while. Like, yeah, because these are technically, like, mule guilds. But it's just, like, one big guild, basically. So I could, like, kind of cut or kick out some of these guys. I don't know how the other guilds are going, but we might need to do a cleanup. What map did I train on? At Tenjanis. I trained in southern outskirts at the beginning. And I kind of stayed there until I hit 283. I was down here. But that was also because, like, on that map, I had a lot of burning on it. Yeah, I had heaps of burning down here. Sometimes I had 100% burning. Made it very worthwhile. But yeah, if you're just trying to prog early Grandis, you probably find people there. I think a lot of people's mules are like just running those bosses anyway. And there's a chance that, like, if you get enough people or enough interest, you can make a static to do just N Carlos. So rather than like doing a duo or trio of E Carlos, you could like set up a 6-man party running N Carlos. Possibly. Now, I can see that happening. The hardest part about this is just scheduling it with everybody. But if you get enough interest, it's definitely doable. But yeah, I think that'll be the general gist for like trying to make parties. You have to join these discords. Hyperion Central. Yeah, I suggested that too, but I wasn't sure because I don't use Hyperion Central that much. I wasn't sure if they had parties for like early game stuff or earlier game Grandis. I feel like most of it is like probably like C Carlos and above. As early game as C Carlos, yeah. But it sounds like if they're doing early Grandis, they're probably looking more towards N Carlos, E Carling sort of group. It's a bit harder to find because the game has like gone a bit further, right? Just a little bit. It's kind of like if you tried to find a static for C10E, it's a bit harder. Like if you're not really confident in soloing it and you want to make a party for C10E, it is actually quite tricky. Is Challenge World Progression 9 coming out soon? Probably within the next couple of days. Because, actually I'm probably going to record a lot of it tonight. So if you're looking forward to that, upload kind of soon. Socialize and run the mill. Yeah, that's why I suggested joining Big Blue House or something. Because I feel like there's a decent amount of people here who might be running those bosses anyway. And taking extra people in it might be fine. Such a good guide. I appreciate it. I'm glad you've enjoyed the series. I'm glad that some people have got mileage out of the series, because doing progs and stuff like that, it's not the easiest thing in the terms of like time. It's a lot of effort in terms of just going through footage and stuff like that. So I'm glad that some people have found it useful. I think after I release number 9, I might make a video on like making boss meals or something. I feel like this is a very common question. Let me have a look. What class are you playing? That's probably a better question. Are you playing Kana as well? Holy frame rate, what's happening here? My computer's dying. What did Chrome do? Somebody help. Help! My Google Chrome is annihilating my computer. Oh. Oh, my game crashed. I don't know what happened there, but my game is dead. No, I was gonna go loot my money. Audio is fine, nothing. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I opened that link, went to, I zoomed in on the picture, and then my computer died. All good. So what I did was, if you take the portal on the left side, it puts you in a spot. Let me see if I can open it myself. I'll show you my Maple maps. That might be easier while my game loads back up. Stupid computer. Just imploded. Hang on, let me get back into the game. Alright, we're back. It's like nothing happened. My money's still here. My buffs are mostly still here. That's all we needed. Don't know what that was all about. Alright, let me see, does this capture the right screen? Yeah, sorta. Can I zoom out of this thing? Or something? Holy crap. So this is the map that I farmed on, right? Hang on. I don't know what this looks like on my screen. Let me just... Can I zoom out of this? There we go. So I think I put my fountain here, because you can just take the portal and jump down. There's like that little portal there. And then with the two orbs, you can like put it on the floor, like here. And then you can put another one here. And I think, even though it doesn't look like it, I'm pretty sure it hits the top platform. Pretty sure. And then you can stand on the left side. Like you'd stand around like here. And then your summons will kill everything. And then you can just take the portal again, like that yellow portal above, and then just place down summons again. Something like that. That's probably what I do. When's the next cube sale? My best guess for the next cube sale is probably August sometime. Because we just had one in May. They've announced that we'll do cube sale like 4 times a year, so I'm assuming 3 months in between. And yeah, 3 months after May, August. Math checks out. Dog's better. Yeah, I kind of forgot about the dog. So if you can incorporate the dog somewhere in the rotation, even better. Actually, because you have 10 Janus and dog, you might be able to do some better maps than what I did. Because that map is not that good. The main reason I farmed there was because, at least in Hyperion, it had 100% burning. So it actually made the EXP per hour better than other maps with no burning. Otherwise, ideally, you will go to maps that have 18k rates. That map is only 16k at best. it's up to you. I didn't mind it because of the burning, specifically. There was so much EXP. Who would have thought? Extra 100% EXP is a lot. It was a lot until people started going to my map and then the burning got run down, but that was fine. Lasts for 80 seconds. Yeah, it's quite good. This new summon's quite good. It's basically a Soul Janus orb. I'll say the thing that's like kind of annoying to put down. I don't know about you guys. It feels annoying to put down. It's not as responsive as the other summons. Because they're all 4 plat? Yeah. It's a bit awkward. Can you claim Emerald Rank Legion Potion from Heroic server on Interactive? I don't think so. Because the Challenger worlds are linked together. Like the Challenger world Heroic links to Heroic servers. Yeah, sometimes the dog gets placed down really easily, but sometimes it just... You gotta press it up a few times. Could be a ping issue. I don't know if other people have it though. I just don't even use the dock. I just dusk farm and call it a day. Because I'm lazy. Oh, my fams aren't out. Gotta get the drop rate. But yeah, I think the next thing I need to really kind of work on is that as much as I can farm on my Kana and I kind of want to get to 286, I still do want to get my Erel to 280. Ah, man. Grinding on 2 different characters is like kind of impossible too, so I might have to sacrifice the gains on my Kana for a little bit. And then again, I guess it is a Kana, so it's like, it's not really like I'm losing too much. And gotta find things to do on the next Shining Star Force as well. Probably just gonna try to push some pitch. I don't know what's better though. Oh, man, I really wish I had Eternal Spares. Just even a single Eternal Spare. It sounds so good. But it's not possible. Unless I like luck out and get a box from C. Carlos or a box from H. Carling, it's just not possible, hey. Or I can get myself into a H Malefic party this week and next week, but it's pretty cursed. We got this in 40 cubes, 23 and 40. Damn, double prime. That's big. I'll keep you going all the way until Liberation. What's the easiest way to get Eternal boxes? Get lucky, unfortunately. That's it. Eternal boxes is just complete luck. You can only get them from the difficult variants as well, like for the Limbo pieces, you have to get it from either H Limbo or H Baldrix. I don't know if normal Baldrix drops it. As for the other Eternals, you got C Carlos, X Carlos, H Carling, well, obviously X Carling as well. H Malefic, I think, also drops a box. You have to just do those. You just need H-Star? Yeah. But even without H-Star, like, it's still pretty fast. It's just that I want it now. I'm impatient, you know what I mean? I am 90k, but I'm missing too much Sacred Force. Yeah. My Kana is like 91k already. After getting the Eternal Pants yesterday, I'm 91k. It's just my Sacred Force is just completely in shambles. Replace it with Eternals. So he is right in a way. But I think he just like oversimplified the process to go from Challenger to Eternals, right? Because the logic here is that you are technically strong enough by the time you hit like 275 plus to possibly, actually, like probably contribute to a N Carlos. Sorry, at like level 280. Sorry, maybe not 275 necessarily. I think you're missing too much Sacred Force if you're like kind of taking it easy. I don't know the full range of it, but like by the time you hit that sort of level range, you could possibly join an N Carlos party and work on your Eternals, which is I think is a very valid approach, right? So when you reach that damage threshold, you could look for parties. It might be a lot more difficult in Challenger World to do that, but by the time that you world leap into Kronos or Hyperion, you can find parties. More likely in Kronos than Hyperion for sure though. And then it takes 10 weeks for you to replace it. But that is like a bit of an oversimplification of like how to get there, because that assumes that you are either doing hard Kai to some extent, or you are going to do these parties. If you don't do any of the above, then obviously you can't replace it with Eternals, right? It's not a simple swap. Honestly, it's not even a simple swap to do like Arcanes. Like Arcanes, you probably have to, unless you get lucky with the drops, you have to buy your Arcanes if you want to replace them, right? I haven't seen his video, but I think it is like an assumption that you're clearing these bosses or you're looking for these parties. Otherwise, you can't get the Eternals. Like, if you don't do the content, you can't get the item. As simple as that, right? But yeah. It's not like the easiest way, like easiest thing to do, but it is like within your best interest to do that. Like, the faster you get to N Carlos and E Carling, the faster you can get to your Eternals. And with the item burn, it is very possible to contribute to these parties. And with Hard Kai as part of, like, the boss rotation now as well, by the time you hit level 280, it's within your best interest to try to clear him as well. And then, you know, slowly build your Eternals like that. But otherwise, if you aren't able to clear these bosses, then you play the game as it is right now. You go for your CRAs, work on your CRAs until you can work into your Eternals, and then you swap over them. Seems shorter than Maple Sea? Yeah, it is shorter. I think we have the shortest Challenger World 3. It's one of the major complaints that a lot of us have, because it's not a lot of time compared to other regions. What star can you start using Gollux over the rental gear? Probably when you have like 4 set and 20-21 star is probably enough. Or at least for 20 to 21 star on belt and earring. The others you don't have to worry as much about, because they don't conflict with rentals anyway. Like the ring and the pendant can be whatever, as long as you have 4 set. The most important part is the 4 set. So I want to say like probably 20 to 22 star, anywhere in between there, plus 4 set. It's better than the rental gear. Or at least close to better. It might be a marginal damage loss, but the superior Gollux gear is just really good. And it will keep you going for a very long time. Like, you'll be wearing those until you replace them with pitch, right? And pitch can take, like, years. Getting to 280 is brutal? Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard. That's the main problem that I'm having with Challenger World, is like, how am I going to get to 280? The answer to that, you gotta grind. There's no cheap way of getting to 280. Like, Monster Park will get you pretty far, alongside with, like, you know, High Mountain and whatnot. It'll get you far. But then if you want to, like, kind of reasonably clear Kai a few times, you definitely need to grind. But regardless, I think Challenger World 3 is, like, pretty solid. It's just a bit short. as much as people complain about like the passes and stuff like that, which is like, it's pretty fair. Overall though, like the addition of Kai is like pretty awesome. That boss, that seasonal boss, makes it like feel pretty good to prog. Even if you don't get to hard Kai, even just soloing N Kai every week is pretty good. That fragment box, if you low roll, you get like 20 frags, right? But that's 20 extra frags each week. Pretty solid. Min is 30? Oh, even better. That's better than I thought. 30 frags a week. That's like 75% of a high mountain for about the same amount of time. Like, even if you take 15 minutes, you probably finish high mountain around that same amount of time. It's pretty good. Out damage at 20 mil Ho Young. I would like to think that there's probably more differences to cause that discrepancy. Ho Young's not a weak class, is it? I feel like if it's faster than a character with 3 times the combat power, I think there might be something wrong with your Ho Young. Just maybe. Shouldn't be. That gap is pretty significant. I wouldn't rule out the possibility that something's wrong with your Ho Young. Actually, one of the guys that I was talking to the other day, he was asking, like, he found out why his Kana felt weak to play. Turns out he wasn't using Pulverize, which I thought was kind of funny. Like, the Pulverize is definitely one of the most important skills for Kana. So he was rotating the other 3 skills, but not Pulverize. And he was wondering why Kana felt weak. And at the same time, somebody else told me, like, they weren't really understanding why Corsair felt weak to play. Turns out, he didn't know that, like, Hurricane was the main attacking skill for Corsair. So he was using his mobbing skill the entire time playing Corsair. And that's why he thought it was weak. And why it felt clunky. But you never know. Maybe you're missing a skill or something. Like, it's a pretty big jump from 7.5 to 20 mil. Like, 20 mil should easily outdamage. It shouldn't be close. Unless, like, it has, like, no nodes or something like that. In which case, yeah, fair enough. I wouldn't rule it quite out yet. Yeah, JH, you're laughing because you know exactly what I'm talking about. But I can't... I think it's funny, but I can't really make fun of him, you know? Like, if you're just making a class because you know it's strong, but you didn't really look into it, it's easy to overlook these things. Like, when I originally played Kana as well, I didn't even have these 2 skills bound. Like, these are your 5th job skills. I didn't have them on my keyboard. Like, you'd think after playing this game long enough that you would just bind all your 5th job skills, but I just straight up didn't. You know, these things just sometimes slip past you and you don't even notice it. If you don't catch these things within the first week of playing a class, you'll never find out about it until somebody happens to be watching you play. Or you happen to be watching somebody play that class and you realize you're missing something. Because I think it took you guys telling me for different classes, hey, you forgot to do this thing. I'm like, oh, okay. Am I Australian? Yeah. I am Australian. 30 is minimum, you only got 30 each time. I mean, 30 is still good. 30 is 30. We love free fragments. Okay, I need to disassemble a few more cards here. Running low. Am I using exit lag? I am using exit lag. I wouldn't say that there's no lag, but it's significantly reduced. It's a good time for me to plug that if you want to use exit lag, you can use my my checkout code, Hallie on checkout for lower prices on exit lag. Yep, W plug. But it actually genuinely like cuts down a lot of lag. I find it hard to play this game without exit lag anymore, because if you don't play with it, you're so used to how it works, right? But honestly, exit lag cuts down the delay for so many things outside of just like attacks. Like teleporting on the map, you can notice a significant delay. When you Star Force, you notice a delay. When you cube, you notice a delay. When you use flames, like when you use consumables, like if I try to click a wealth, the time it takes for it to you know, for me to click the item and then it actually being applied is also halved. Like, it's a pretty significant difference. At least from Australia. Like, because I cut down my ping from about 300 down to about 150. Quite literally half, right? Like, if you guys want to have a smoother time playing MapleStory and you're playing from Australia, I would say, like, give it a go. You can try it. It's only like you can get a 3-day trial just to try it out for free before you make the decision. But I personally can't play this game without it. I don't know how it affects ping-reliant classes because I don't really play them. But in just general gameplay, the things that you do outside of grinding and outside of bosses, you can notice the big difference. Like, the teleporting between maps, like, it was driving me insane watching it, like, slowly load. Same thing with the cubing and the star forcing. There is a noticeable delay. I didn't know how bad it was until I watched somebody else from Australia cube and star force, and then I was like, holy crap. It's like, you can notice the difference. It's pretty significant, I'd say. But that's just me after playing with this ping for long enough, right? You forgot mana overload in your seer? Mana overload I don't blame you for. If you run out of mana, mana overload turns off. So if you ever played with like the old mages with E-form, it would genuinely run out of mana sometimes when you iframe things because you take so much damage, and it will just turn off your mana overload. It was so annoying. How do you guys get your first drop, fam? Do you spam epics or uniques? If you're staying in one map for a long time, I'd say go for uniques. If you're playing in a certain map for only a short amount of time, you can just go for epics. Because going for uniques can cost you anywhere between, like, if you're really lucky, 250 fam cards, that's like your first try both times. Or if you're unlucky, it can be up to like 500 cards, right? You need to be able to actually farm those 500 of the same fam for it to be able to get to unique. If you're only going to be able to farm, let's say, like 300 to 400 cards of a certain fam, which might be the case in the earlier levels, then you just spam epics. But if you get to like 275 plus, I'd say, you're probably sitting in one map for a lot longer. And then you do just spam uniques. Shad and Hoyoung are unplayable in Australian ping. Oh, there you go. I haven't played any of those ping reliant classes, but here's testimony. How do you see the ping? I think there's a way to check inside exit lag itself. It'll tell you what your connection is. You fail 6 times going from epic to unique. Yeah, that's why I say, like, if you're going for unique, you want to sit in the same map for a long time. So until you get to that point, there's no point in going for uniques. Because imagine if you're farming in Limina, you're only going to be there for like a week doing daily story stuff, right? And maybe you get 100 cards, maybe you get 250 cards, whatever it is. There's no point in going for unique, because you're just not going to get it on average. You're just not going to hit that tier up. But yeah, if you're playing from Australia, like, I highly recommend Exit Lag. Obviously, it is a paid subscription, though. It's like, what, $90 a year or something like that? But for me, I enjoy the quality of life for sure. It's quite nice. Okay, let me just check if I have enough coupons and stuff to be able to pop another WAP. Let's have a look. Oh, where is it? What am I doing? I'm confusing myself. There we go. Amount of yellow pots. Okay. There we go. I need to start opening some Monster Park pots again. Need some VIPs. Let's grab these because they're going to expire anyway. How many VIPs do I have on me? 28. Only one more 3x on me as well. I'm actually like eating through these 3x coupons. More so than I expected. Maybe I will take only a few more here. And then I need to save some for my Erel. What makes Kana so good? Everyone's saying it's OP. It's because of the amount of money or like resources that you put into it. You get so much as a return in comparison to other classes. Like, if I can compare my Kana at the time, like I have a few characters here to compare. I have a Ren, Corsair, and then at the time my Kana, they're all about the same combat power. My Corsair and Ren, with that, like it was like 250 mil-ish, let's say. I did the N Carlos mission within about 20 minutes. It was like the last burst to win, or like the last burst to clear the boss. My Kana, with the same amount of effort, if not less, cleared N Carlos in like 15 minutes without even like paying attention to the boss. Like, it's a pretty significant jump in damage for less effort. The class is just so strong. And also the way that the burst is oriented on Kana and Hayato, it's very burst heavy, right? For a lot of like bosses, that's a good thing to have. That's why you hear people complain about Will, for example. Will is a multi-segment boss, so burst heavy classes early on can have a little bit of trouble because your damage isn't split properly and it can be kind of awkward. But yeah, overall though, Kana, Hayato, and any other class that might have like a significant burst profile like that also does high damage, Erel, it feels really nice to play and it's so cheap to build. So that's why heaps of people are playing that in Challenger World. You don't need to invest as much, and it clears content so much easier. Yeah, Erel is a class right now that is like kind of best of both worlds. It's not like rank 1 in its damage or anything, but its damage profile is very good. The burst is very fast, so then you rarely like whiff your damage on bind, and its DPM is good, so then you can kind of tolerate the damage off bursts, you know what I mean? Sometimes you wonder what the point of playing DPM is. That's the problem right now with the game's balancing. There's no like real reward for playing DPM right now. That's a real problem with the game for me, because like if I play a class like Mech, for example, very heavy on the DPM, there's not really much of a reward for it other than my uptime is high. But then if I'm not getting anything out of the uptime, then what's the point, right? I'd rather just dump out more damage faster so then I can clear effectively 2 minutes faster. Let's say like for Kana and Mech, both of them by the time that their second origin comes up, they clear, right? Let's say that. So it's like about 6 minutes. Mech has to do the entire 6 minutes to do all its damage. Whereas for Kana, by the time that my my last burst is coming up, it will just dump all the damage out and then I'm attacking for a little bit afterwards. Like it's like a big difference. There are some advantages for playing like a DPM class in the sense that like certain classes DPM, because it's like so consistent, you can kind of like realistically do all your damage to a boss. Like classes actually like Corsair and Mechanic have like a pretty accurate representation of their damage. You go into a boss, you're probably properly doing all your damage compared to some other classes. But Kana and Hayato are like on the opposite side, where it's so fast that you can't mess up your damage either. So there's no reason to do it. Like easy uptime is good. Like classes like Ren, for example, have easy uptime. That's like fine. I'd say Mechanic is also there, like it's just easy uptime. But then you have other classes that may not have like easy uptime and also have bad burst. Like Zero is an example for me that I'd be scared to play the class. Because it seems like complicated to play, and also it's a DPM class. Cadena as well. Seems like a complex class that to be able to do its full damage has to like keep attacking. But it's like difficult. But that's just my opinion based off of what I've seen of the classes. I've never really played Zero, so I can't really say much about it. What about Xenon? I actually personally like Xenon. I feel like the damage uptime for Xenon is relatively straightforward to upkeep. It kind of reminds me of Hero in a way. It's just like one attack that you just keep pressing to keep chipping at the boss. But I do think most of Xenon's damage is in its burst. I think. I don't actually know the burst profile. I've only like played it as a C10 Emule. I feel like this song has come up multiple times. The shuffle is not very shuffling. Xenon's easy now? I agree. I actually quite like Xenon right now because it's easy. I was only playing it as a C10 Emule, and the whole charging aspects and timing beam dance with letting go of a Mega Blaster, and if you mess it up you lose damage. Ah, it's too much for me. Give me something nice and simple, huh? You like Buck because you're good uptime improving your movement? Yeah. There's nothing wrong with like wanting to play classes for like their nuances, right? Like I think it's fair if you like playing classes with like a lot of options. That's how I feel about Zero. It seems like a class with kind of infinite options and like good, in theory, DPS uptime. But if you want to play something a little simpler and like more burst heavy so you don't have to focus on your class doing maximum damage, then that's fine too. I would like them to close the gap. I think Kana and Hayato is like quite far away from the rest of the group, so hopefully Nexon like buffs the KMS classes a bit more, but we'll just have to wait and see. It's going to 280 or 295, not 295. You crazy? I'm just enjoying myself with my Kana. I want to get to 286 at least on this character, so then I can use Cadena Link on a lot of the bosses. A lot of the bosses I'm doing are like 285, so getting that extra bit will be nice. 290 is so far away that I'll probably end up taking like the rest of the year to get there at earliest. Unless I really lock in and just constantly grind, but I don't really see myself doing that. How stupid crit bind is? That's true. Dude, crit bind, when you're with a Zero that uses their crit bind to stop mechanics is like the greatest thing, man. I remember one time Pekko, who he plays Zero. When I ran X Lotus with him and he was just like cancelling all the knockbacks, it was a dream. I can just shut off my brain and just ignore the boss. What knockback? It's just bound. Am I gonna go crazy with the haste event? Kinda depends. I think during haste, I'm probably gonna shift my focus onto my Erel, because that makes the most sense. If I want to try to get to hard Kai on my Erel, I need the levels. So haste makes a lot of sense to do on my Erel. Like, yeah, I miss out on EXP on my Kana, but for the sake of my YouTube series, I kind of want to get to 280 so I can try Kai. I think as a bit of a side mission, I'm gonna try to turn my Kinesis into a C10 Emule as well. Just for like content reasons, not necessarily because I need it. How much combat power for normal Kai? Normal Kai is kind of similar to V-Healer in terms of difficulty, or hard V-Healer. I think a lot of classes can solo hard V-Healer within like the 45 to 55 mil combat power range. Obviously, you can go lower than that, depending on how comfortable you are with the boss and how good the class is. But let's say like anywhere between like 45 and 55, you probably have a pretty chill time with Kai. It won't be like a min cut, but it, you know, it's short enough for it to be comfortable. You have 2 more weeks to do hard Kai to get 2 Eternals? Ah, I'm not fussed about that. I'd be pretty happy just clearing hard Kai full stop. I'm not fussed about like getting rewards from that boss. I just want to clear it. I just want to clear it once. The earlier I clear it, then it's good. I don't mind. But yeah, it's gonna be some time for me to get to 280, considering my character's only 272. It's really far away. And I don't have a vac pet, which is a significant damper in my motivation. Ah, it's gonna be so gross farming without a vac pet. Kinesis remaster soon? Yeah. It will be on the 22nd, so like in about 10 days or so. So I think it'll be kind of fun to be like... Right now, I'm making the Erel series to kind of catch people up with, in a way, with Challenger World and kind of taking it chill. I think for my Kinesis, it might be fun to do a series where I'm like step by step making it into a C10 mule. For hard Kai? Yeah, it's about however much it takes you to clear hard Seren. I'm not a good judge of these sorts of combat powers because I don't remember the last time when I did hard Seren as a min cut. Clear at 120, yeah. The hard part about this though is that these numbers are all very dependent on liberation. If you don't have a Genesis weapon, these numbers are hard to hit. That's probably the biggest issue when it comes to Challenger World. Because those numbers are really high, but even if you grind all the way to 280 and you don't have your Genesis weapon, you can't hit those numbers. Or rather, it's really hard to. Genesis weapon is really big for these bosses. That's where I might hit another roadblock. I feel like if I hit 280 and I don't have a Genesis weapon, which I won't because time gated, I'll see what I can do with an arcane weapon. It is a little cooked. Should try to push for the crest. Yeah, that's fair. Like the item burning is really important, but like it's still pretty slow. And E-Cast is also not easy to get up to. It's not super straightforward, even without a Genesis weapon. Yeah, I think it should be able to be done. It's just a case of like, it's just extra effort, right? It feels like if I had a Genesis weapon, it would solve a lot of problems. You know what I mean? Genesis weapon is pretty massive. It's a big jump from hard V healer to E-Cast adversary. It's definitely a jump in terms of HP, yeah. I think V healer has 170 T HP, whereas Carlos has like 250. So it's almost twice as much HP. Yeah, easy Carlos. Doesn't he have like 250 T HP or something? Lived yesterday on your Erel? Hey, congrats. Congrats on the liberation. How'd your Genesis weapon go? Assuming you had enough. Jenny iframe one test, Erel iframe the other test. Yeah, the tests aren't that bad to do though. I'd argue that like the damaging off test is more scary than the tests themselves. E-Cast is 357. What? 300? Surely not. What was I thinking? Oh, I'm thinking of N Seren. N Seren's 200 and something. Oh yeah, that's cooked. 3 pitches. Tier 7, Tier 4, Jenny, 13, 35, 10. You know what, Learn? If you weren't such like a... what was it, right? Like a regular viewer, might have gone banned on the spot. You know, actually that flame is exactly what I hit on my Corsair the first time I liberated a pistol. Oh yeah, I saw. Congrats on your 30 boss damage. That's crazy. Pretty cool fam too. How long would you expect to set up a Kinesis C10 mule on my account? In terms of the items, not too long. in terms of like the other things, it takes a while, right? Because of the whole... You need, ideally, to get carried for C10 mule. It speeds up the process significantly to get carried. You also need a lot of money. You want node stones. There's like heaps of stuff to talk about. I think for me, it will still take me a while because I need arcane stuff. Like arcane symbols. Arcane symbols are massive. Hit this on Friday Challenger World. Holy moly. 40 boss damage? Crazy. Congrats, dude. Man, I'm getting like low-key FOMO from watching people like crack their unique fams and getting like sick fams like this. But I know that I can't even get a unique fam because 1, I don't farm, and 2, I don't have a vac pet, so I have like low motivation to pick up stuff off the floor. I'm gonna like just open epics at this point and just like cope. No vac pet is like so like, demoralizing when it comes to farming. Like hearing stories about some people just hitting like 100 plus boss damage fans, 110 drop fans, it's like, wow, that sounds so fun, but you know my ass is just gonna like, it's gonna take me 2 to 3 hours to get 1 unique fam, and it's gonna like make me happy for 5 seconds, you know what I mean? For a 10% chance. It's gonna do the literal opposite in real life. If it makes me feel better, you claimed 205 fragments on the wrong character. That doesn't make me happier. I would rather you just hit and stuff. I don't get upset when people get hit. Wait, whoa. When people hit, yo, that sentence not good. I don't get upset when people hit. Violence. Look, if JH gets hit by a boss mechanic in game, it is kind of funny. All right. Just saying. But nah, I'm genuinely happy when people tell me that they hit random things. Like, I don't get upset about that sort of stuff. So if you guys get lucky or whatever and you want to share it, like, this is the place, because I like hearing it when people tell me that they get drops. I will mildly judge if you Star Force off event. I'll say that much though. If you tell me that you got like a 23 TC off event, I will probably judge. But I'll be happy for you. Hopefully the Kinesis vac pet is tradable. That's what I'm hoping too. So I'm just gonna wait for it because like, even in the test server, the vac pet doesn't even exist. The pet manipulation, please. I don't want to go back to 2020 when I was climbing up and down ropes to reposition my pets. I'm okay. Not doing that. Same off event, but you know, it's more about like tapping to 22. That's the implication. Like sometimes I'll have people tell me that they hit 22 Zerk off event. That implies that it wasn't 22 before event, you know? That is crazy business. I could not, man. At least maybe now it's not so bad because you can just like safeguard 4, but back then, man, crazy to me. That every once in a while somebody will tell me they off evented their pitch and we didn't have the full safeguard all the way. That's crazy work. I could never. They're giving out a perm vac pet. I wouldn't hold my breath for anything at this point. We were supposed to get a vac pet for this Challenger World. We didn't get that. So let's, unfortunately, let's not hold our breath for this sort of stuff. How lazy you are? Yeah. These sorts of C10 mules, you have to like build tolerance to. And then at some point you lose the tolerance for it, so you start being lazy. That's absolutely what happened to me. Like at first I didn't mind running these 20-minute boss fights because it was good money, good fun. I didn't run Enlomian mules. I decided to run slow C10 mules instead, right? Rather than doing 12 Enlomian mules, I would run 2 long C10 mules. And it was about the same amount of money. That I didn't mind. But as I built more and more characters that got slowly stronger, I couldn't do that anymore. Now if my V healer is longer than 5 minutes, I'd hate it. It's all like a matter of perspective. I only kind of tolerate it for my Erel because, you know, it can't be helped, right? If I want to do stuff in Challenger World, you gotta sit down and clear the bosses slowly. Push them to BMC Tenny. I think making BM mules is a lot more enticing post-change. But the hard part is still that you have to do a lot of Arcane River dailies. You're gonna be time gated by the Arcane River dailies. Heard your name? I don't remember what I said. Min cuts in Challenger World, but H low on Lin for 40 minutes is like pulling teeth. Yup. Being hit by mechanics is funny. That is true. Watching your friends get flung around in boss fights is kind of funny. Would pop 0 buffs so you have a longer run. It's more content for you guys if the run is longer, right? Yup. Yeah, just don't think about it too much. I hope I capped my boxes. I forgot to cap those boxes yesterday. Sag. Yeah, let's just open these now. Oh no, there's no shining ones. They're just normal star specs. Unlucky. That he pops full buffs for C10 mules. I pop, now that they made it a lot easier to get serums and stuff like that, I don't mind it. Because you can just do the purchase all button and it just does everything for you. It's not the worst. You know I'm washed if you see me buying like collector's pots and popping them in C10. That's how you know. Or if you see me popping Ursus, because that implies that I went out of my way to do that. I don't think you can buy the Ursus buff in the shop, can you? Can you buy Ursus buff here? Yeah, I don't pop Legion Might on my mules. It's right now because like none of them are hitting the threshold to get one burst faster. Like it might make a difference of like in between the burst by a few seconds, but it's not changing the amount of burst yet. Is Mechaberry ticket in Challenger World worth it? It is if you're after 280. Those tickets are really good if you're not using it on your main, or if your Challenger World character is your main. If you have a main outside of Challenger World, then no. But if the character you want to focus on is level 280 in Challenger World, it's worth it. But that's assuming you think you can hit 280, because it does take a little bit of time to get to 280, and even though you can buy ahead of time, sometimes it's like, if you don't think you can hit it and you're stressing out about you're trying to get to 280, I don't know if like FOMOing yourself into it is like the best way to approach it, personally. But if you're already 280 or you're like 277 and you're actively grinding, and you will probably hit 280 by the time that the event ends, I'd say it's definitely worth it. Am I buying on Erel? I'm not sure which one I want to buy it on this week, actually. I think I'm inclined to buy it still on my Kana. My Erel is not hitting 280 for a very long time, so it's probably just going all into my Kana. The Express boosters, though, are always kind of worth buying. It is expensive, but they give a lot of EXP. They both use juniper berry seed oils. What is juniper berry flower oil used for? I don't know, actually. I only know seed oil. It's not 1 per world. The mecha berry ones are 2 per world. The express boosters are 10... Sorry. Mecha berry is 2 per account. The express boosters are 10 per world. It'll say in the shop, like the ones that are highlighted orange are per account. The ones that are highlighted green, I believe, are per world. So boosters, ideally, you buy it every week anyway. Ideally. But of course, as long... You have to make sure you have enough money to buy your rentals. Oh, pardon me. Mechaberry OP got 10%. Dude, I used all 9 of my Mechaberry tickets in one sitting, and I went from 240 to 84, 25% to 285 in like one sitting. It was crazy, man. So much EXP. This is the new main? Yeah, my Kana's my new main. I haven't really mained anything for quite a while, actually. I played my Cannon Master for a while, like you said. Like, it was my main. But then I got distracted, and I ended up making... I made my Ren, I made my Corsair. I was like all over the place. At least it worked out for the better for my account. I have like my full 5 Legion Mules, LCs done already. Technically even 6. So that's kind of good. But yeah, in terms of a main, this is definitely the strongest character on my account. It's not even close. Is there a benefit to 285 versus saving Meso for Star Force? It's a bit of a balance, because if you want to improve your gear, obviously you need to save Meso. But for the Mechaberry tickets specifically, it's worth the 1 bill every time. Just because of the amount of time it straight up just saves you. Because 1 bill is a lot, don't get me wrong. Like for a new character, or like in Challenger World, 1 bill is quite a lot of money, right? But I think at level 280 even, it gives you at least... Like, it probably gives you like 10% per ticket. How long does it take you to grind 10%? You know what I mean? At 280. It's probably like at least 5 hours, assuming you even get 2% an hour. You save yourself 5 hours for 1 bill. What a bargain, in terms of Meso. Like, you could farm that 1 bill back so much faster than you would farm that EXP. So it's just a matter of, like, efficiency at that point. Flower oils are for stat pots? Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah, I didn't know that. Turn Erel into a H Lotus Mule to negate the minus 2.6. I mean, Erel's pretty good. Wouldn't be hard to make it into a mule. If I don't plan to 85, is that not a good deal? Oh, it's not a good deal? I see what you mean. Even if you don't get to 285, the time saved is, like, pretty worthwhile. But at the same time, I get the sentiment that, you know, you probably want to do more stuff with the money. That I understand. If you're not, like, fussed, even in the slightest, there's nothing stopping you from just, like, ignoring it. That's fine. I'm just talking from, like, the perspective of, like, appreciating the EXP. It's definitely worth the money. But it's like you said, you're just, like, choosing the benefit, right? Like, are you happier with the 1 bill, or are you happier with the EXP? Like, you don't need me to, like fight for one way or another, right? Like, if you want the money, that's fine. If you don't care about the XP, that's also fine. Because, like, for me, sometimes I don't even run Monster Park, right? It's kind of like the same thing. Like, I don't want to spend the 50 mil and the 10 minutes to do Monster Park. I mean, it's valid for you to say the same thing. Like, I don't want to spend 1 bill and spend 10 minutes to do the Mechaberry. That's fine. up to you. And also, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I'd say, for me personally, I like the amount of EXP that it gives for the money that you spend for it. I think it is definitely worthwhile. But if you don't want to do that, that's fine too, you know? I think that for most players, because the goal is to try to level up quickly, it tends to be more worthwhile for them to buy the ticket than to not. But that's, again, assuming that leveling is your goal. You get 5% with Mecha Berry. Yeah. It's very valuable, for sure. But at the same time, it's like, I was kind of the same for a while. Like, I don't really care, you know, for the EXP for ages. There were definitely events that gave me so much EXP, probably like half a level's worth of EXP going for 285, and I just didn't do it, even though it was free. Just didn't care about it. How are you lacking damage? If he hasn't liberated, he'll definitely be lacking damage. Or at least it'll be a lot harder. Because Polo, you're assuming that you have the Genesis weapon. I think without a Genesis weapon, even at level 280, it's quite hard. Fever time from New Haste. Event's gonna be fun. Is the New Haste the one with like the super booster? Is it the one where like it just spawns heaps of mobs on the map? I'm a little bit concerned, I'm not gonna lie. I think my computer might not survive. I am going to punch you at Polar Snow. I love how that got caught by the auto mod. I allowed it. I will allow this com. I don't think you can stream when you use the hasting. We'll find out together. It'll be like what it was before. You know how like, I don't know how my computer like kind of died. It's gonna be like that. It's just gonna be 1 FPS and then my stream dies. When are you adding 7 TV emotes? I should probably do that, hey. I'll have a look into it. I've been kind of lazy with it. What's my hexa converted? If you're asking me, mine is like 91.5k-ish. That fever time is once per world. That is so funny. What's the hexa required? It's the same as Hard Seren, or thereabouts. So if you can solo Hard Seren, you'll be able to do it. In terms of combat power, I've heard a lot of people anywhere between 90 and 120. Like, you know, the range is pretty big. This is with rentals, 90 to 120. It's probably class dependent, and a few other aspects, but yeah, that's the general number. Is it hard to trigger the fever time, or is it like after a certain number of mobs? I haven't really looked into the new event yet. Maybe I'll do like an hour a day on my Kana and just see if there's enough. You press fever time on the screen. Oh, so it's just a button that you press. Is it affected by modifiers or nah? CP or Hexa without rentals? If you were 60 mil with the rentals, how much would it add? I feel like it adds like 20 to 25%. Is that a fair estimate? Like if you were 60, would it go all the way to 80? So then you'd probably be like 75 without rentals to go to 200 and something? You're 80 with rentals, 110. Oh, there you go. That's a good reference. Alright. So let's say like ballpark figure, roughly 30 mil when you're above like 50. That makes it a lot easier to kind of gauge then. Okay, let's just ask to flex. Classic Mapler, for real. You can't multi-dip haste? Okay, so it's one. If it's only one character, then I'll probably use it on my Erel then. Went from 60 to 80. Ah, with your Jenny. Nice. Yeah, the Genesis part, the Genesis weapon adds like basically 20 mil by itself. It's crazy. Arthur has downhill. Yeah, for me, it's like brain off. I hit mobs, I pick up fam cards and fragments, you know, this is chill. Not much to it for me. Honestly, the most annoying part of me farming is this part right here. I need to keep extracting cards to upkeep my ring. But it's so worth it though. New haste event buffs. Let's have a look. $30,000 mobs for everything. Crazy. That's pretty good. You would punch Fern for a Roro ring. Hey, you know what? Me too. I would punch me for a Roro ring. You know what? W comms. Roro ring is sick, man. I'm so happy that the one time that I hit the level 2, it was on my Kana. And I actually am playing my Kana. Didn't realize how lucky I was when it happened. Because I was like, only level 275? Probably got it from a random pouch, right? And I was like, oh, look, EXP ring. Haha, nice. Turns out, it's pretty good. Roro 4? Nah, only a 2. 2 is pretty good. I actually really want specifically a 3. Because the problem with 4, I don't like thinking about like upkeeping it and running out of cards. Whereas for 3, I'm pretty sure you more or less break even with max drop rate. And that's pretty good. Like if you can just upkeep it 100%, it's good enough for me. No idea how to do Mystic Frontier. It's basically, well, after you unlock it, all your fams... Well, technically you don't even need to unlock it to do this on your fams, but they have like dice multipliers and dice additions and stuff like that. And when you do the Mystic Frontier, you just roll 3 dice and you hope that your number wins against the number at the top. It's very straightforward. It's like, it's just kind of just extra gambling. And then whether or not you win, you get free stuff. It's not always the most impressive thing. Sometimes it's just like, you get 1 lodestone or something. But the jackpot items make it worthwhile going for, because it's kind of like free tries. You don't need to spend much meso or anything. You're only just spending time making the fams in the first place, but you're probably making unique fams in general anyway. 35 EXP bonus? Yeah. 35 bonus EXP is 35. I want a level 3 ring. 4 is good, but it does scare me. That's a lot of fam cards going into the blender, but maybe that's not a bad thing. The Frontier Champion thing's ass. I don't know anything about that. All I know is you just like fight each other. The rewards look pretty insane though. There's a pink angel. That's from Meister Accessory Crafting. You can turn that off if you open your Professions tab. So under Professions, over here, there's this little effect box. If you have it enabled, you'll get the angel behind you. But you can disable it. If you buy all the Mecha Berry tickets from now until the end of the event, how many levels? Probably 2, yeah. Just from the Mecha Berries themselves. Probably 2 levels. Maybe a little bit less, because I might also be counting like some of the older, like the previous Mecha Berries. So maybe 1.5 at worst. Like how many weeks do we have left of the event? We can just do like quick calculations. Let me have a look. Let's see, if you were 280... 280, each Mecha Berry ticket gives you about 10%. Let's see, how many weeks do we have here? Let's see. Let's say you buy it from this week. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think 8 weeks? It's either 8 or 9 weeks. It's about 20 tickets, right? Let's just say 20 tickets. It's about 2 levels. If not 2 levels, then like a bit more than 1.5 levels. If you buy all of them starting today. Feel like it's not worth it? I think the worth of the levels is very subjective. Because I understand, like, you don't really unlock anything new. Well, what I will say is, from my experience, getting faster levels at the early 280s is valuable so that you don't farm the crap maps. The early maps of Arteria, if you're somebody who enjoys farming, the early maps of Arteria are garbage. Hot garbage. Unless they are changing the map soon, and we're getting the new releases. Early Arteria is just terrible. Heard you are lucky on mules. Lucky sometimes on mules. I was very lucky today on my mules. My hero got 2 pitch back to back. Kind of crazy. I got a Zerk and an eye patch today. The dog's not too bad. It's just the vibe of the maps, man. I don't know, early Arteria does not spark joy. You have max drop and fam on all your mules? I do, yeah. I think just about every one of my characters I play have at least 180 drop. Some of them have 200. And they all have large drop except for my mechanic. My mechanic's the only one without large drop. Just never got one. It's my favorite Shangri-La map. Drowsy Autumn 5. It's my favorite map. Because I can dusk farm there and they drop cool fams. Having max drop and drop fam on all the mules is a little bit excessive, but I enjoyed grinding on my fams. Oh, not my fams, on my mules. So they naturally just slowly got there. Like, I grinded manually most of them to like 275. And I also had a lot of fam cards from my Cannon Master. I just fed them to it. So I probably went through like, what, anywhere between 5 and 7k cards per character. At least. You don't have a main in the main world? I'd say like highly consider it. And I understand the sentiment of you like preferring to spend the money on gains, but EXP is also a form of gains that's like kind of hard to come by so cheap, if you can think of it like that. So my preference for the boosters, like I'm somebody who doesn't really care about my EXP as well, but it's just like the value of the booster for me is still like quite high. But yeah, I understand that like you prefer to make your gains on the character with the money. It's just that the worst case scenario right now when it comes to star forcing is that you wait an extra 2 weeks, right? Like if you don't have money to star force on a particular Shining Star Force, you can just wait 2 weeks for the next one. Or in the case of Challenger World, assuming you buy all the boosters, you might be waiting a while, right? That's understandable. It's like you can't really make gains. But those EXP gains are a lot harder to come by because you have to spend 5 to 6 hours possibly to get the same amount of EXP that you spent 1 bill on. Yeah, like the sentiment is like you don't really get much in between, but it's just like the future value is much higher. Like you can always Star Force whenever, but like getting these levels for like so cheap is it's hard to pass up, in my opinion. What do you settle on fam-wise on my mules? Just like the first 3 damage fams that I saw. Anything between like boss damage, attack, and like high IAD depending on the mule. Because some of them have like, you know, 6 attack, 20 boss or something like that, you know. But I tried to do 3 damage fams per character. And then if I really like the character, I also try to go for large drop. But thankfully, I hit large drop before I hit my 3 damage fams in most cases. Except for my mechanic. That character though has been like the least progressed mule out of my lineup, so yeah. If I can also draw a comparison to like the free EXP that you get when it comes to like the Mecha Berry, just to like, this is also like part of the reason why I opted to get it. At level 280, it's basically 3 weeks of Monster Park Extreme. If you're somebody who relies on the free EXP, like MPE is probably like one of your biggest sources of EXP. 1 ticket is 3 of them. 3 weeks worth of EXP. Like it's pretty massive. I don't think I bought my Mecha Berry tickets this week. Planning to hit level 280 and just park it there. You know, actually this is a good thing to talk about then, because for me, I didn't really play one character at a time. I liked making multiple characters. If you genuinely don't see yourself playing past 280 for, you know, whatever reason, you want to play different games, do something else, play a different mule, I think it's fine to skip it too. I know, I'm sure people will probably disagree with that point and be like, well, you might as well get to 281 by buying the Mecha Berries, which is, you know, it's a pretty valid statement. But I also understand the concept, like, your goal is to get to 280. And if your goal is to 280 and you don't care about going further, and maybe if you go further you worry about later, I think it's fine. It's not the... You're not there to, like, be, like, to optimize everything, even if it is good value. I can understand the sentiment. I mean, it could still be his main, and he still can just want to leave it at 280, right? That's fine. Even if it is main. I think the sentiment though still stands. If you want like good value for money versus like EXP, it's worth taking. But if you literally don't care about your EXP, or you don't mind it, then you can skip it if you want. Like, it's your meso. You won't really hear, I think, an opinion outside of like recommending buying it though, because for probably 99% of the community that is above level 280, the Mecha Berries is just so much value for time. You'll be hard pressed to find people who say like it's fine to skip. Like, even for me, I would highly recommend it, even if you don't really need the EXP. It's just, like, so cheap. It's just, like, you know, you're playing Maple. This game rewards you for leveling up, even if it is, like, not a full threshold level up. It's just, so cheap and efficient. But I think, if you've already kind of, like, made your mind about not really pushing past 280 for, you know, whatever reason that you might have, then it's fine. It's just that, like, the general consensus will be you should buy it because it's so cheap. That's all it is. It's kind of like you'll be hard-pressed to find, like, active players who will say, like, they don't do Monster Park Extreme. It's just, like, efficient EXP for the amount of time you put in. It's sort of the same vibe here, but Mecha Berry is, like, a little bit different in terms of resources. And the amount is different as well. %5 each Mecha Berry at 285. I know. It's some good stuff, man. Some good stuff. I'm looking forward to, like, hopefully getting to 285. Oh, sorry, 286. So I can use my Cadena link. That looks really, really nice. I need to remember after this coupon, I'll need to buy my Mecha Berries for this week. And I think as soon as I can use all my Mecha Berries, I'm gonna go to 286, hopefully. Let's find out how much I need. Because one for me is probably about 5%. 5.1% per Mecha Berry. Some good stuff, man. So if I get 2 this week and then 2 after the reset, that's already 20%. When should I do my Punch Kings? I should probably hold the Punch Kings for as long as possible, right? That's usually what people do to get, like, stronger and stuff. You can do 40 to 45, you can max it. Is 100, like 1150 max? Because I think my culvert's like at least 60k. You can get weaker theoretically. You're not wrong. One misclick and you can go back quite a lot. Yeah, I guess I have nothing to lose waiting for the title, just to make sure I... Wait, actually, when does the ticket expire? I think it might expire before then. Yeah, it expires before haste. Or on the day of haste. So I guess I should probably do it once I make a few more gains. Maybe after the shining, I'll go do those punch kings or something. Pretty sure you can cap it already. Yeah, I just don't want to like pop buffs right now. I might do it after a weekly reset or something, so that I can pop the buffs and then run through C10 or something. It seems like a bit of a waste to like pop a bunch of buffs and stuff, and then just leave it like that. I think Challenger World time and Mesa are both limited. That's a fair perspective. I think when it comes to like those resources, it really depends on like what you have access to, and it does feel like in the earlier stages of the game that the meso is like very slow, and I understand that it seems, especially like, for example, if you're only clearing up to Enlomian, 1.5 bill per week, right? Let's say buying one of them for, you use like your whole week's worth of income to buy one of them is like, doesn't sound that enticing. I get that. And I guess like my main counterpoint is still the same thing when it comes to this, like, it's just, you're thinking about the efficiency of the time versus the meso is all. The amount of time it takes you to get that EXP is a lot longer than it will take you to recover the money. So from that perspective, that's why buying those boosters alone is, or like not the boosters, the tickets, is already like a pretty good deal. Another thing you could definitely argue, like Paula said this earlier, is that in Challenger World, like the gains are pretty limited in what you can actually upgrade. So other than like going for 21-star accessories and possibly legendary arcane gloves and a legendary arcane weapon, there really isn't that much you can improve on, unless you're going for some like very like specific gains, in which case like the spendings are pretty expensive, right? So yeah, I get what you mean. Like you want to make those gains and you don't want to divert your mesos. But for me, I think I would rather the EXP. That's my personal opinion. Like, I just think that 1 bill for that amount of EXP is so cheap. But that's also from my perspective as somebody who has a lot more, I guess, bossing income. Could you buy them in Kronos? For this player, this situation is a bit more difficult because they don't have a main. That's why we're talking about it from like specifically for Challenger World. It is absolutely fair though. Like if you have like a main in Kronos or Hyperion, yeah, for sure. Like you just buy it on your main, no issues. It's like specifically here, he only has one character in Challenger World, so it's like balancing the value of meso. It's really hard though because like everyone values the money differently. If you ask an endgame player, like, would you pay 1 bill for this amount of EXP? Almost everyone is gonna say yes, right? But if you're a brand new player, or like a returning player with like very limited income, it's a hard sell. I get it, it's a hard sell. Like 1 bill, you're making 1 to 2 bill a week maybe, and you're spending 1 bill to 2 bill each week for 10% EXP. It doesn't sound like a lot. The value is not there. Like this is not something that like I'm gonna force my opinion on. I'm just trying to like show both perspectives here. Like I get like you want to spend your money on specifically gains, but at the same time, the value for the meso is actually quite high. Make 70 bill a week from your boss mules? Yeah, that's insane, dude. How many C10s is that? Actually, it'd be more than just C10s, right? Because C10 is like 5 bill. You'd probably have a few adversary mules as well. That sort of income is like so good. I think if I do all of my weeklies, assuming I can be bothered, I'd probably make something similar. But sometimes it's just lazy, man. It's like thinking about doing a long Carlos run is like, eh. 10-minute Carlos, I don't know, man. Maybe pass. You guys get drops to spend money on? True. Item burning lasts until Challenger World 4? Yeah, it lasts for a long time. Worry about not clearing hard Kai? Yeah. I think that's a pretty valid worry. Especially if you don't have the Genesis Pass. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm in that situation too. Where my Erel, I'm not sure if I can clear hard Kai. Because I don't know how much time I'm gonna spend on the character. I'm only 272, I don't even know if I can reach 280 or if I have the motivation to hit 280 in the first place. And then I have to make upgrades as well. I think though, in terms of the item upgrades, the amount of money that you get from just C10, I think might actually still be enough for you to have enough damage, even if you lose 2 bill a week. I think. With Shining Star Force being like pretty frequent, and you can kind of chip at your gear, I think you might still be okay. Because what else can you realistically spend on? Oh, I should not have popped this ring. What else can you realistically spend on? Like, it'd be an Arcane Glove. You'd have to Star Force that to like say 17 or 18. And then maybe 1 line of crit damage plus stat or something like that. That shouldn't cost more than like 10 bill. That's like 2 weeks for C10. And then there's accessories. Fake 3 lining accessories is anywhere around like 5 to 10 bill each. At worst, in most cases, I'd say. I think 5 to 10 bill is pretty generous per item. 21 stars is like finicky. Definitely depends on your spares. But 21 star on Shining, assuming no safeguarding. At least no safeguarding to 20. It's probably around like 8 bill each at most. You can probably do like rough math on that to figure out how much money you actually need. And also you have to account for rentals. But if you rent and do double dipping, it's not too bad. Hardest part is 285, 280 for sure, yeah. Oh, another thing to keep in mind as well is that you do get quite a lot stronger getting to 280. Like, it might not be visible in your combat power, but the amount of frags that you pick up along the way is going to be like pretty substantial. Assuming you have like some presence of drop gear. That's also a thing to keep in mind. Yeah, I see it both ways. Like, I understand the value of the money might not feel good to spend on. That's pretty valid. But at the same time, like the EXP is quite nice. Okay. I'll say, as of right now though, like, I'm actually on the same side as you, in the sense that I wouldn't pay for it just because I'm broke and I'm playing Challenger World too casually. That is like a legitimate problem. I can't really buy my rentals properly. I have exactly 1.5 bill right now. That's all I have, and that's going straight into my rental, so I can't buy anything. Alright, is that everything done? I just need to do my monster parks. Alright, we're pretty chill then. Okay. Pretty decent. Good amount of EXP. After I do my monster park runs, I'll end up at about 50%. Kind of halfway there. I think from just my dailies, I get about 3% a day. I'm trying to think. I think by the time, maybe not next weekly reset, but the following, I should be able to be 286. And that lines up nicely with haste, so then I can work on my Erel. Because I really want to grind on the Erel to try Kai. It's so far away though. Installed all. Oh, that's okay. If you sell all of them, it will still sell the highest crystals. And then if you are capped out and you have another weekly crystal that's worth more, it will sell difference. So let's say you sell 15 or like 14 of the crystals and then you clear V-Healer at the end. If you sell the V-Healer crystal, you'll still get like 500 mil. So you don't have to worry about that. For the weekly crystals, you can just keep selling them. Yeah, you can still sell past 14. Refund the difference? Yeah, pretty much. So usually like V-Healer is like what, 700 mil? And then CRA, one of the cheaper, or like CZAC, some of the cheaper crystals, about 80. So after you sell V-Healer, it'd be like 680 mil or something. So you don't have to worry about that. You can just keep clicking sell all. Flooded with the crap crystals. That's assuming that you run all of them, yeah. I don't run a lot of the weaker bosses. So I don't have that problem, thankfully. It depends if you need the drop. Like if you still need black bean marks, for example, then you run chaos pink bean, but like I kind of forewent that. This guy at the back didn't get hit. Yeah, if you have like clutter, you just chuck out the crystals after you sold 14 out of 14. The Pinot crystal is a very common one that I chuck out, yeah. Because you run Pinot anyway for the ring, in most cases. But if you solo C10, you probably barely have enough to sell that ring. Can't wait for Monster Park change to tell me about it. I only tolerate it because it gives so much EXP. Run Cygnus for the soul shards? That's true. I think a lot of people do run Cygnus plus Queen for the soul shards. I have a lot of soul shards still, or mag souls, so I'm not too fussed about it. Every event, I'm hoping to get like a nice soul. What's my current one? I think it's Lucid. It's V-Healer. So V-Healer's fine, but I think if I get a mag Carling, I'll try to hit it on my my Kana. I think the mag souls that I would like are Annihilation Lotus, Carling, and Carlos. I don't really care too much about Limbo. Or maybe Adversary. Adversary Soul's kind of cool too. And then if I don't hit, I'll just hopefully hit back the 3% attack. M-Star Soul? That's true. She does drop a soul, right? Wait, where's my other soul bag? Oh, that is the... Wait, where do I check the soul thing? It's in the soul collection now, right? Where's the soul collector? Is it here? Soul collection. Malefic Star. I have 3. You said you want to put on your Bowmaster, but you already have Mag Carling? This guy's just flexing. Ain't no way. Not the Carling Mag Soul. Carling's nice. Assuming I'll use the Challenger gear, is it possible with Arcane Glove and 321 rings to get to 80 without rentals? Yeah, I think so. If anything, that might be overkill. Because also don't forget that you get like a lot more combat power from your symbols. This is assuming you hit like 280, right? Because we're talking about Kai, right? So assuming you get to 280 and you get the symbols, that gives a lot of extra combat power. Like pretty much every level is like almost 1 mil combat power. It's quite a lot. And you get more fragments along the way, so then you upgrade your Hexa stats as well. I think 80 with that gear is pretty good. No Genesis weapon, yeah. You can definitely hit it with no Genesis weapon. I think... I'm trying to remember which one of my characters it was. I think it was my mechanic. And this was before like Hexa Stat 2 and 3 came out. Before I lived on that character, it was 70 mil combat power. And most of the gear was like in the 21 star range. Maybe less than that. But with Challenger gear, it's like, makes it a lot easier. Where can you get soul enchanters? That is a good question. I'm pretty sure there's a place that sells it, but I don't know where. Daily bosses, grind mobs. Dojo for 1k. That's the one that I was thinking of you can buy. If you want to do dojo, you get a decent amount of points. But you have to wait for the weekly reset to get those points. Otherwise, it's just, yeah, hopefully it drops on the floor. If you grind, the E-mobs drop them quite frequently, actually. Actually, here's a good test. I have my Demon Avenger, Echo. It's probably the closest character that I have that might be able to, like, we can kind of base it off of, because it is level in 260. But I'm kind of curious. The gear is kind of there, so I'm at 40 mil right now. It's like, this is basically like Challenger gear. Let's be honest, this is actually worse than Challenger gear already. Yeah, this is like a little bit inflated because of everything else. It's only level 260. I reckon if I like swap these out for like proper rings, I'd be able to probably get there. Let me get rid of this so then I can... It's getting like a bit boss inflated. Hang on. Yeah, it's only 5 mil difference. I want to say like you can probably do it. 80 mil is like very reasonable. Because this is a character that also is using the Legion and like stuff. You get all of that from Challenger World too. Yeah. I think it's definitely doable. And I don't even think you need that as much as you've said, like the 321 rings. 321 rings is quite a big ask. Give you some confidence, yeah. If you're not like super sure, it's okay for you to not buy it. Like again, I understand like the value of like this money. I am also like not super sure if I can clear Kai as well. It is a tall ask, right? Because for me personally, I like it for the EXP. But for Challenger World, I understand like if you want to cap yourself at 280 in a way, like maybe it's not. It's kind of hard. I understand. It's a bit tricky. I want to look at my Erel now too, now that you've talked about it. So then I can have a gauge too for myself. I'm pretty sure the 80 mil is well within reach. Because you get so much from the Challenger gear. We're still not like up to the max capacity of Challenger gear either. What? 22 hours. Pretty big jump. Go to 20 star. Because this is like definitely doable. It'll take a few weeks. You don't want to work on an arcane weapon? Yeah, me neither, dude. Me neither. You can upgrade? Yeah, I can upgrade. I'm just saving this for like the video. I just haven't gotten around to recording it yet. Oh, this is such a big upgrade. What am I on? 23. Then symbols. I haven't upgraded my symbols yet. Am I even in my damage gear? Sort of. And then there's also this Hexa stat thingo. I have no energy to unlock my shine stones. Oh. So you get to 285, 275. Yeah, I think it's doable. With just like upgrading the rings. I think if you even get like slightly lucky, you'll be alright. The hard part is actually these Golix items too. Because you kind of need those to be high stars if you want to do that. Look at my loadout, by the way, guys. What is this? You see this? 20 drop, 2 stat, 20 drop, 2 stat, 20 drop, 2 stat. I'm really not liking this stupid bug though for this Erel. What is this, man? Like disables your weapon. So frustrating. I can't upgrade my symbols because I need to save for my my rentals. I have 1.4 bill. I'm bleeding every week. Every day actually because of the monster park. I keep forgetting to do my my Ursus runs. I kind of need those to fund my monster park runs. Have I done all this yet? Need to do the rest of this story as well. I guess I don't have to do them now. Let's clear some weekly bosses, yeah. It's just like I wanna start with my V-Healer runs. That's what I like to do. I'm picky like that. Just wanna start V-Healer and run down from there. I think the Arcane Glove for you is pretty big. Pretty big jump. Crit damage is nice, although my flame is kind of non-existent. Kinesis will help fund you. Oh yeah, that's also a valid point. Like Echo, if you need money as well, Kinesis, that's a pretty good boss mule. It's an easy 1 build per week. That kind of like can buy the boosters for you by itself. Just about. Because we do have a hyper burn for the Kinesis. It goes to 260. Any 260 character can probably blow up End Lotus and End Damien. Probably. I didn't even think of that. That does help with the income a lot. Assuming you actually do that. Man, I need to do stuff on this Kinesis. It's so far away. I have to do my weekly Urda Spectrum as well. Oh my god, I hate this content. He gave CRA 3-door mule. Erel gives 600 mil. Yeah, that's so good. If I didn't have an Erel, I would do exactly that. Like, if I hyperburn a different class, I would 100% use an Erel to just blast 3-door. You get so much stuff for free with just the Shine Pass, doesn't it? I need to see. I haven't done any of this. I can get flames from here. That's pretty good. I could chuck that onto my arcane glove, perhaps. I want to minimize spending on my arcane weapon for sure. It feels weird buying these when I need these, but the conversion's so bad. 100 points for one symbol selector is kind of bad. But yeah, I'll worry about that later. I think though, probably take it easy now. Take a break. Been streaming for like 4.5 4.5 hours. Yeah. I think that might be it for today's stream, guys. Thank you all for hanging out today. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the stream. If you guys did, please do give the stream a like. Helps me out a lot. And if you guys are over on Twitch, let's see. Who can I send you guys over to for a raid? Misusing is still full sending his Erel. Maybe I can send you guys over to him. I've been enjoying watching his prog. It's kind of cool seeing somebody like really push as a comparison for me just like casually doing my own thing. I remember seeing him do his Black Mage runs and stuff like that. Like the amount of effort to like pay attention to the bosses is crazy. Alright. Take care, guys. I'll see you all again tomorrow if you guys want to catch my stream. Usually I stream like a few hours after reset, like 4 hours after reset. Yeah. Take care, guys.